Hello everyone! How is everyone doing today? Alright, so today we are continuing our learning of Lua journey. And instead of going into the whole learning Neovim rabbit hole, let's do something more fun and learn Lua by making a mod for Factorio. I don't know what we're gonna do today, as maybe not as much as actually create some fun mod, but I hope that we'll be able to basically go through some basic tutorial on how to create a mod for Factorio and, you know, what tools we have at our disposal. So let's start exploring, and maybe it will be possible to add a new resource to the resource generation part. Something of that sort. It could be a fun start. I have an idea for a mod, but I don't know how much what would do if I would start talking about the idea without me even knowing if it's possible. So let's head on straight to code. All right. So when you Google Factorio modding, it takes you first to, this page is how to download and install mods. What we want is modding tutorial page. And it looks like the Factorio wiki has, like pretty decent resources. We have modding tutorial. I will start with that today. Mod structure, scripting, settings, localizations, inspecting a live mod. So, various ways to debug, mod changelog format, or what script interfaces we have available. And then we have, how to use, for example, generate terrain with noise expressions. That's interesting. GUI guide, and not anytime soon, I hope, because that's usually not fun, but maybe in Factorio it's easy. And, a bunch of other things. Tutorials, and there's probably even more. Whatever, we can start with the modding tutorial. I perused through that, and it seems like it's a really easy start. But it'll be different when we actually type the code and think about it. And this will be again a Neovim experience, so we're gonna see how that works in practice. So this is a modding tutorial for Factorio version 2.0. Look at that. Was it updated like recently or something? Does it have like when updated at the end or something? Edited on yesterday. Look at that. So we've got a fresh new update for 2.0. That's actually exciting. That means it'll be probably a little bit different than what I perused through last time. In this tutorial, the author will explain how Factorio works behind the scenes, how to modify Factorio, where to find documentation, and explain concepts. Awesome. Okay, overview. Before we start the tutorial, a few things to note. This is hard to read. Let me see if I can adjust the dark reader a little bit. Shield your eyes and make it bright. Okay, it's not bright. It's actually good. Okay, so this website will be off. All right, just this website, because it's already in dark mode, just like Factorio is. So that's great. How do I turn that thing off? Okay. There we go. Okay. So before we start the tutorial, a few things to know. Code tinted green like this should be included into the mod at this tutorial. Okay, so this is basically whatever is green. It's just, included, just copy and paste it so that you can make sure it's correct. Whenever code is added to the mod, a Lua content with the file name will be at the beginning, saying that this is Lua. Great. Code tinted purple like this should not be included into the mod. This is just for educational, demonstration. Good. This tutorial was updated to version 2.0, so any viewers in the future should take note that some minor changes may have been made and should look into the changelogs up to the current version. Okay, good. Great. So terminology used in modding. Before we start the tutorial, a few terms and definitions should be laid out to ensure the reader understands. A mod, a script or a series of scripts that allow modifications to the game through the API. Yep, clear. Entity. An entity in Factorio is anything in a game that is not a concept, event, or tile. I guess concept is just something abstract. Event is something that happens. A tile, I presume, is ground. Just ground. Ground isn't entities because there's just so many that will probably slow the game up. Makes sense. Examples of entities include the character. Oh, that's nice. An assembly machine, a biter, etc. So basically our machines, biters, characters, probably walls are entities, right? Because they have health. Trees are in-game items, like, dropped item. Is that an entity or not? That's not clear. This can be machines or free-moving objects like the character. So, okay, so basically machines or whatever we're building other than tiles and not the items that we dropped. I think items wouldn't make sense. Character, the actual entity that the player manipulates through the world through. Wow, I'm having some trouble speaking. Sorry about that. So then we've got the player. How the player differs from character? Player is all the data that defines a player, such as a username, online time, or the current zoom level. Alright, so character is the actual entity that lives in the world, while player is all the, like, your specific Factorio instance things, like who you are as the player, or what time is it in your environment, or, if you're zoomed in, are you in a map mode, a few other things like that probably. Then we've got the prototype. A prototype describes an instance of an entity, item, or recipe, etc. A bit like a template. So it's not an instance. Oh, it describes an instance. Okay, so basically it's a description, right? A bit like a template. It defines stats like what an entity actually is, an item's stack size, a recipe's ingredient, etc. A prototype is used to create an instance of an entity / item, etc. And many functionality identical in entities, items, etc. will use the same prototype. Okay, so we have, for example, a furnace prototype, and therefore every time we build that furnace, we're basically copying that, template, that prototype, and turning into, the copy is an actual instance, not a prototype anymore. Makes sense, and therefore changes can happen to it. It can get damaged, can get stuff inserted to it, a recipe set, right? All that fun stuff. Surface. A surface is a bit like a dimension. It is composed of terrain, such as grass, sand, and water, and all the entities on the surface. By default, there is only one surface in Factorio, referred to internally as Neovim, or Game Surfaces 1, because tables start and are being indexed by 1. But mods may create additional surfaces through the API, just like, for example, Space Age. The whole DLC is literally a mod. It just adds surfaces. Okay, then we've got event. An event is a recurring event that recurring. Does it have to be recurring? Possibly. That is triggered internally by the game. There are several events that mods may connect functions to, such as on entity died, because when something gets destroyed, right, we can do something. So, for example, there are a bunch of mods that add, for example, when you kill a biter, it explodes, right? Or when there are some mods that basically add explosions to everything. Whatever gets destroyed is just explosion. So yeah, you would just subscribe to, hey, on any kind of entity that dies, spawn an explosion, and there you go, you have a mod. More on this in the control scripting section. Item. Items are what is moved around in inventories by inserters and on belts, etc. Each item in-game is an instance of the respective item prototype. Okay, so prototypes are not just for entities, they are for entities, items, and recipes, okay, for all those three. Okay, cool. More terminology may be declared and defined later in this tutorial. Cool. All right. Clear so far. By the way, if you're watching and you have any questions, or maybe, you know, you're watching along and something isn't clear while I seem to understand it or something, or maybe I'm wrong and you know better, just let me know in the comments or in the chat or wherever you want during this stream, after the stream. I'm always open to the conversation. Okay, so before beginning to mod, before we can start modding Factorio, we must understand what Factorio is. You may be tempted to answer in lieu of the About page, but but that is what a player would say. Since we're trying to become a modder, we need a more detailed explanation. Factorio is a game that is coded in the language C++, with an API provided by Woob, the developers of Factorio, to mod Factorio in the programming language Lua, version 5.2.1. I guess that still stands, 5.2.1. This API allows adding scripts to the Factorio init process to modify it without the source code of the base game being exposed, or modifying memory. This may be different than other games that offer modding, but this is a more professional and proper way of supporting modding. Yep, it's just very handy. To aid in the use of this API, the devs have kindly provided fairly comprehensive documentation of mods at their API doc site. Okay, so I'm going to open it up in a new tab, just in case. Get used to using this site as you will be frequently visiting it where you develop mods. So let's just take a peek. API docs. And this is lua-api.factorio.com/latest. So this site contains reference documentation for creating Factorio mods. Mods can modify gameplay, such as adding new stuff. Yeah, they're distributed via the mod portal, making them accessible through the in-game mod manager. Okay, so the mod portal is actually where everything gets distributed through, and that's where the game gets it from. Okay, makes sense. So the API is split into 3 distinct parts: the settings, prototype, and runtime stages. Okay. Apps, Lua 5.2, yeah, follow certain structure, we'll be learning about that. So let's look at the prototype stage, data. What do we have here? An overview and, okay, armor prototype, arrow prototype? What the hell is an arrow prototype? Character corpse prototype, that's fun. Another corpse, why am I reading those? Damage type, what kinds of damage type do we have? Type, which is a string. A name, order, localized name, subgroup. Ooh, doesn't mean that we can create our own damage types. That would be fun. Deliver category, electric turret prototype. So I guess that's a laser turret, right? And we can see folded animation, change, I guess, does it have a parent or something? Inherited from turret prototype. Look at that. So we have an inheritance here going. Things like preparing animations change compared to the normal one, to the just generic turret. Cool. Wow, this is, oof, that's a lot of settings. Heating energy. Oh, that's probably for the space age, for the mechanic of defrosting. That's fun. Entity prototype. Wow, this is like, it doesn't inherits from prototype, which inherits from prototype base. Oh, that's interesting. So prototype base is like the total base of everything. Okay, I see. We have order. We can see the types, like what is localized string, right? And it takes us here. Oh, this is really nice. This is awesome. Okay, I'm liking that. I'm really liking it. This is good. Very, very good. Okay. Let me just check if my audio and everything is fine. Just to double check. Looks like it's fine. Okay, cool. So we checked all that out. All right. The scripting API side contains information on Factorio's classes and information on events that you can hook into. The prototype documentation contains and links to information all around prototypes, listing their inheritance structure and their properties. You will need to check this site often, so the author recommends bookmarking it. In addition to this site, there are also many resources to be found created by the community, such as this tutorial. So let's bookmark this page, right? Let's go a little bit back to the main page that showed. There we go. Factorio API docs. So let's do this. We're gonna move it here. Can I like make it folder? Spaces? How do I make a folder here? New folder. There we go. I don't like that browser. That's for sure. But I can rename. Oh, I can rename. I just can't see that I'm renaming. Great. This will be Factorio. Whoa. I'm gonna plop it here so that we have it for the future. Setup. The best way to develop a mod is to develop it in a place where it can be easily tested. When the tutorial gets to making the mod, this will be explained further. Additionally, using an editor that allows ease of typing and Lua language support is recommended. Emacs, Vim, Sublime Text, VS Code, and Notepad++ are all viable candidates. We're gonna try to use Neovim. Okay, so how Factorio loads mods? So that's a good question, because when we start Factorio, let's just look at it in practice quickly. Where do I have it? Right here. When we start the game, I hope this is gonna be visible. Okay, it's visible. You can see that it says loading mods, goes through all the mods, right? Then what it's gonna do after that? Building prototypes. So we already know what a prototype is. What's next? Okay, this is taking a while. Cropping bitmaps, loading sprites. So now it's loading all the graphics. I guess all the definitions happen and everything. So now we're pumping everything into the graphics card, possibly. And after that, anything else? Loading sounds, and now it's all done. Okay, cool. So that's what happens. So first off, we have a load order. So within stages, mods are loaded by dependency, then by alphabetical order. This is very important to understand, as it can cause you problems if you neglect it and try to add intermod support to your mod. So let's look at that. First, mods are loaded by we'll get this within stages in a second. I already think I know what's going on here, but mods are loaded by dependency first. So that means that when I specify that, hey, my mod requires, I don't know, Factorissimo as a dependency, that will probably order my mod to load after Factorissimo is loaded first. And then if we have, let's say I have 5 mods that depend on Factorissimo and they don't have any other dependencies, then within that slot, they will be ordered by alphabetical order. Because in theory, it doesn't matter in what order they're gonna be loaded here. So it just goes, let's sort them alphabetically so that they are always loaded in the same order. Cool. Makes sense. very good to. I'm glad to see that it's well defined because I don't remember throughout the years from time to time I looked at modding various games, even making my own ideas of how to mod a game, or like how to make a game that is moddable. And therefore here it looks like it's well thought through. Factorio has three kinds of dependencies. There are required dependencies and optional dependencies. The third kind, restrictive dependencies, does not affect mod order and instead prevents the game from loading if the other mod is found. So required dependencies are loaded first, always. The game will fail to initialize if one of these is not present. Okay, so we're basically saying, hey, my mod has a required dependency of Factorissimo. And if it sees that there's no Factorissimo with version, I don't know, 3.15, it will just say, sorry, I can't go on because we have unmet dependencies in those mods. Makes sense. Optional dependencies are loaded first if present, but do not have to be present. Okay, so this means that, I might, my mod, let's say, has an optional dependency of a space age, which suggests that it's designed to work with space age, and therefore if space age exists as defined, it's gonna load that first, and then my mod. So it's gonna reorder things so that it's gonna work. But if it's not present there, it's just gonna ignore it, right? So suddenly, players that don't have the Space Age DLC can play the game, can use my mod. This is useful for enabling bonus features if mods are used together. Required dependencies should be used for mod libraries and similar infrastructure. And something like the restrictive dependencies means like, let's say my mod is incompatible with, with Bob's inserters. And we'll just say that, sorry, we're not doing that. If you're gonna try to combine those two mods, it won't work. For example, I saw, at least for now, a lot of mods, let's say right now, high add-ons. I actually want to see how that covers with actual game. This should load faster this time, I hope. Please load faster. Oh, look at that. It's like super fast now. I guess it cached some stuff. That's good. Yeah. So I want to see that happen here in examples. Because I have a bunch of mods installed, and we can see if it actually displays here. So when I go to mods, you can see that I have plenty of them installed, right? And they have some specific order, right? We start from A here, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, they are like all neatly alphabetized. But is it like for all of them? Are they actually all in alphabetical order here? I guess here in this view they are. Okay, but when I look at, for example, quality, dependencies is only the base, which is the base mod, the basic mod with all the default game data and standard campaigns, right? That's like the main Factorio game. Space Age it requires elevated rails and quality. All right, so basically elevated rails and quality will load first, and then Space Age will load. If I'm gonna look at something like Alien Biomes, it depends on Alien Biomes graphics and the base to be larger or equal to 2, so it needs to be Factorio 2.0 and Alien Biomes version greater than 0.7. And there we go, Alien Biomes graphics. It just requires is on a base. So first the graphics gonna get loaded, and then our Alien Biomes will get loaded. If I'm gonna look at something, oh, this looks some flib. Oh, this is more interesting. Cheese's concentrated solar. All right. the only requirement is the base game, but additionally, optionally, we could have AAI Industry, or Factorio 2, or Space Exploration. Neither Factorio 2 nor Space Exploration are available for 2.0 yet, but AAI Industry, you can see that it supports version 2.0, and on its own has other optional dependencies. But now I want to see, like, for example, Factorio 3. We can see that we have those dependencies. Space Age is an optional dependency, so that when you have Space Age enabled, actually recipes change and everything. It becomes a bit more difficult. But it's incompatible with Factorio 2 and Factorio 2 Space Age part. Okay, those two are incompatible, so that's our restrictive dependency, saying that, hey, if you have this anywhere here in the list enabled, that means, sorry, your game won't start. And the same thing with, for example, if I go to overhaul, we can see Pyanodon's alternative energy, right? We can see that it's incompatible with Omnimatter energy, and it depends on all those, like Alien Life, which depends on, I don't know, petroleum, and has other things that it's incompatible with. Pi Industry, which requires Pi post processing, which is incompatible with Space Age, which means that you can't use the DLC with this mod pack, right? Because they all depend on each other, like a lot. So this thing has a vast network of dependencies. All those different segments of mods, they modify how they work depending if this is loaded, if this is not loaded, and all this fancy stuff. And all those requirements basically need to be met. So, Pyanodon's hard mode, seriously? Contains a few tiny changes to Pyanodon's mods. Yeah, right. And requires on AI loaders and all those. How interesting. Okay, so that's enough of that. Let's get back to our description. But yeah, this is cool. I hope we all understand that part, how things are getting loaded. So then we have the settings stage. The very first mod stage that is loaded when Factorio initializes is the settings stage. This stage is used to define all mod settings that are later shown in the in-game mod settings GUI, and has no other functions or possibilities. When running through this stage, the game looks through all mods for a file called settings.lua. Okay. So yeah, because whenever you enable a mod, then in settings you have mod sections where you can have some additional settings for different parts of the game defined. So that's awesome. After settings.lua has been executed for all mods, so basically the whole list. Oh, so we can see that first the game looks at a list of all the mods and their dependencies and establish the order in which they are loaded, right? And then when we have the order of loading figured out, the game will go on and start loading the settings Lua. After settings Lua has been executed for all mods, each mod's settings updates Lua is executed. And finally, each mod's settings final fixes Lua is called. These three different phases of the settings stage allow to change settings of other mods without needing to rely on dependencies to load last. All other fixes to be loaded will need to be required. All the files run here. All the files that run here should contain nothing but settings definitions and code to produce settings definitions. Okay, so the whole idea here is that settings.lua is basically where you define your settings. And then maybe after you did all that, you have a chance to run one more thing to maybe see what other settings were added by other mods, because maybe you have some optional dependencies, right? And you're like, okay, so if we have this other mod, I'm gonna update that specific setting. Or maybe I'm gonna extend settings of that other mod because maybe you let's say that you may there is a mod like I don't know, maybe there's a mod for what do you call them, for inserters to be configurable, right? And that basically introduces a bunch of technologies to research to be able to configure your inserters. And what you did is you created a mod that basically allows you to, I don't know, multiply some things or extend those settings even more. And therefore, those you could define your settings, and then in the next one, you could basically say, hey, now I'm gonna go over those settings that the other mod defined, and I'm gonna update them. All right? Even though maybe it loads in some other order. And then you have one more chance to do maybe a little less fixes. So basically, mods can go over whatever is being defined multiple times, which is interesting. So the settings stage does not have access to prototype or runtime data because it is loaded before those stages. Okay, so we don't have an idea of what kind of items are there or recipes or anything. We don't know that, it's just purely settings. The settings are expected to have a certain format, and all additional code will be discarded once the stage is over. Okay, so basically we probably write some settings somewhere in some very specific format, and everything else is scrapped. Mod settings are not covered in this tutorial, so the tutorial mod settings for further info on them. Great, so we have a link to the tutorial, that's good. Then we have the data stage. So this is the most restricted part of the Factorio init. There's not much you can do here other than declare prototypes for technologies, entities, items, and more. Things like manipulating files, affecting the world, etc. are blocked and unavailable. In fact, any functions or changes made will be just discarded as the Lua session is terminated. You also cannot mess with the data table. It will error or be ignored. When using data extend, it expects a specific format, and more on this later. Okay, so this is basically, after we load the settings, we simply go on and, hey, now we can define all the recipes, now we can define all the, our kinds of furnaces. And what I expect here is that if we specified some mods as optional, we can ensure that they run beforehand. But again, we have those 3 files here. So when running through the stage, the game looks through all mods for a file called data.lua. After data.lua has been executed for all mods, we go and execute data-updates. And then we're gonna do data final fixes. So same way as was here, we're doing it here. So now I'm actually starting to realize, okay, because sometimes you can define other mods as, optional dependencies to ensure that they load before your mod. But maybe you're creating a mod that, for example, makes all the chests in the game 10 times larger, right? And you want it to work with all the possible mods that introduce any kind of storage. So the way to do it would be probably where you can say, hey, you know what? After this data.lua is being executed, I'm gonna run in this updates. I'm gonna go through all the chests that were defined, because all the mods were already executed their data.lua, right? Therefore, all the chests are probably defined. And therefore, we could, in theory, just iterate over there, find them all, and just modify them a little bit to maybe, storage times 10. And this way it makes sense, and you don't have to rely on knowing all the possible mods that people could have installed, right? Okay, so these three different phases of the data stage allow to change data of other mods without needing to rely on dependencies to load last. For example, the base mod creates barreling recipes for all then present, at that point, present fluids in data updates. This means that if you add a fluid in data.lua, the base mod's data updates will add barreling recipes for it, regardless of whether your mod depends on base. Of course, this call also means that if you add a fluid in data final fixes, it is created after the barreling code runs in data updates.lua. So no barreling recipes, no barreling recipe gets created, even when desired. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I didn't know that. So here we already have a hint that if we're gonna define a fluid in our data.lua, let's say maybe salt water, because we're adding oceans, right? Maybe we want to add salt water, and basically the base mod, the base game, will automatically generate barreling and unbarreling recipes for it. That's cool. That's really nice, actually. And then we would have probably the data final fix system, maybe make it modify that recipe that was generated for us and modify it to make it that, okay, if you're doing that, we need to modify it to use only a steel barrel or something, like stainless steel barrel, so that it doesn't get rotten away or something. Great. Good. Okay. We went through that and that and that. There we go. Because of this and similar mod interactions, it is recommended to create prototypes as early as possible. So don't use data final fixes to the Lua to exclude a fluid from barreling. Instead, create it in data.lua and utilize autobarrel equals false on the fluid. Makes sense. All other files to be loaded will need to be required. Okay, so all other files to be loaded will need to be required. So that suggests that we can probably split our code into multiple files, and our data.lua could load them up, as in include them. Okay. Or required, because that's what it was in Lua, right? Require some file. All these files run, all the files that run here should contain nothing but prototype definitions and code to produce prototype definitions. More on requiring files later. And all prototypes are documented in the modding API documentation website. Cool. And that already answers question that I had before reading that, which is, can we generate different entities on the go? And it sounds like we can, which is super awesome, because the idea for a mod I have is actually a mod that automatically, it doesn't just do the overhaul of the game where it generates a bunch of maybe, additional ores and recipes and interactions with them or whatnot. I'm actually thinking about a mod that when you initialize it, it basically randomly generates ores in a way of, we have randomly generated recipes, randomly generated resources, and all the intermediates between things to make machines that have randomized properties, maybe depending on those resources. Therefore, every time you change a seed in the settings or whatever and restart the game, it will simply completely regenerate, suddenly you start a game and you have completely different ores and ratios and everything than you had before. So that you can just restart a game and have completely different experience. The only part I don't like is that those recipes and everything needs to be defined before we start a game, because we saw that prototypes are being generated or loaded when we start a game. You know, we do Factorio start, not when we actually start a new game or load an existing game. When we just start the application. So that means it needs to be pre-generated. So that means in our settings, we'll need to probably have some kind of seed so that you can change it and have different outcomes, or maybe share it with somebody else. Makes sense. Okay, let's go on to migrations. Migrations are scripts that are used to fix a save after a mod updates. Whenever prototype names change within a mod, migrations must be set up to replace all the old instances of the prototype entity in the world. This must be done for all updated entities, or the old entities will be removed from the world, which is an unprofessional fallback that makes users dislike you. Yeah, because you break their saves, right? While this tutorial will not discuss migrations, there are many resources on migrations to be found around the community and the API side. To avoid having to write migrations, avoid changing prototype names and technology unlocks. Prototype names cannot be dynamically changed, and technology unlocks of already researched technologies do not apply automatically, making migrations necessary to avoid these changes after shipping the mod out to the public. And try to come up with a finalized version of the prototype names, and you can base the mod around. Of course, migrations are unnecessary if the user simply starts a new world with each mod update, but don't expect the community to do this. Yeah, so basically, we had initial version of our mod, and then we decided, you know what? Maybe we won't have electric furnace Mark II. We're gonna maybe make it into a different item, maybe something, I know, induction furnace or whatever. Name changed, or maybe some recipe change or whatnot. We would need to write a script that will basically find all those instances, all those furnaces where they are, and just update them so that the game can start and use only the prototypes that are actually valid, not some old stuff that doesn't exist anymore. Cool. Now we go to the fun part, the runtime stage. So within most mods is a file called control.lua. This file contains scripting that makes the mod do things during the game, rather than just adding entities to the game. Okay, during the stage, each mod's control.lua is run in its own Lua instance. This means no intercommunication without special setup. Which it will own. So basically, each mod will have its own Lua instance, which it will own for the rest of the play session. During the play session, access to all tables provided by the game can be done inside of event handlers. More on those below. Because the control Lua is run every time a save file is created or loaded, you don't need to restart the game to see changes made to the control Lua file. Simply restarting and reloading a save will rerun the stage. Cool. There are a few other caveats to this stage. Reading the data lifecycle page on the API side provides the best overview. Ooh, I want to see that. Do they have fun diagrams or something? Yes, they have fun diagrams. This is awesome. Okay, this is gonna be a must read at some point. Cool. So yeah. Okay. So we're starting to get closer to actually writing something, I hope. So the major components to any Factorio mod. Within the average mod, there are several components that make the mod function. Mods that define new entities will need to declare these entities in data.lua, data-updates Lua, and data final fixes Lua. Mods with in-game effects will also need control.lua file to act scripting. By effects, probably is when this happens, do something. Or when user, shoots, do something. When something gets damaged, do something. When a player moves, do something. Or maybe when something, do something, right? React to events. Mods with configurable user settings will use settings.lua to describe those settings. And mods that define any game element with readable name may also provide a locale directory and subdirectories with names descriptions in one or more languages. Perfect. The mod that we'll make in this tutorial will include both data.lua prototypes and control.lua scripting to give you a feel for both. Great. So now we finally get to the tutorial mod. And now for the moment you've been waiting for. Let's start making your first mod. You'll need a recent install of Factorio, we have that. A text editor, we have that. An understanding of the tutorial above, I hope we have that. An understanding of Lua as a programming language, enough to know the syntax and how it works. Let's say we have that, right? If you have prior programming experience, it should not be difficult to pick up. Exactly. Once you have all these things, we can begin. So for this mod, we're going to make a set of armor that leaves behind damaging fire behind you. So a set of armor that leaves a damaging fire behind you as you walk. It will be fully resistant to fire, but weaker towards physical damage than heavy armor, making it an armor for hit and run attacks. Okay, makes sense. So, creation of the directory structure. The game armor expects mod to be laid out in a certain way. What is the certain way? Oh, that's another mod for the file structure, right? I think we can ignore that for now. Let's just go through this one. To start out, create a folder in your user data directory /mods folder. This folder must have a specific name. Fire-armor, for example. You don't need to zip anything for now. That will come later when you're done working on the mod. When you're finished, the mod directory should look like this. So we basically need to find our user data directory, sometimes called .factorio, in which we have mods and fire armor. So I found that. So I have the game installed through Steam. And in my case is, C users, the username, app data, roaming, Factorio. And then we have the mods folder. So what I want to do is just copy it. And let's see if we can just straight up link this directory to our Linux instance. So we have the learning Lua directory. What could I do about that? Do I want it in learning Lua? Yes. Let's make a directory called Factorio mods. Okay. Oop. There we go. And here I recently discovered something called symlinks. So I would like to try to use that. So let's actually rename it probably. LN is to link? I don't remember now. -S to make it a symlink. We need to give it the actual thingy. So in my case, it'll be... oh gosh, this is all Windows slashes. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Let's fix that quickly. So we're gonna do that and call it Factorio mods. Okay. Let's see if this works. LL. We've got Factorio mods, although it doesn't show up as anything specific here. Oh, inside of that we have mods. Great. I can live with that. So we go to mods. What? mods. Uh-oh. That does not work. What the heck? I create a link, right? What am I gonna do this? Oh, okay, that's new. So let's just go and yellow this thing. All right. I select. Will it just copy it? Yes. Okay. Can I just go there? Oh, wait, it doesn't exist. That's why it is. Oh, I see. Remove mods. Remove Factorio mods / mods. Okay. Let's create our link again. But we need to do mount /c /users. Oh, and now it threw them all in here. Oh, wait, because I just... God, what the hell am I doing? I'm not thinking about knowing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm new to Linux, alright? Let's go to our home, learning Lua, okay? And let's go to Factorio mods. Sure, make directory Factorio. Okay. And then we're gonna do the same thing here. Just instead of cd, we're gonna do ln /-s. And now we should have mods folder. We can go here and we have all the mods. So here we need to make directory. And what was its name? Fire-armor. Okay, and we've got our fire armor. There we go. So we go to our fire armor. And let's start Neovim here. Okay. There we go. And there's nothing here, and we need to create some stuff. So then inside fire armor, create two files, info.json and data.lua. All right, so let's start with info.json. Info.json. There we go. Wait, I created I didn't open it. There we go. So inside JSON info, copy and paste. I will actually copy and paste this thing because I don't. Nope, that's not it. I need to copy and paste again. Insert. There we go. So what do we have here? We have our name of the mod, version, title, which is more of a actual title, author. There we go. Factorio version 2.0. There we go. Dependencies is the base game 2.0. Cool. And description: this mod adds in fire armor that leaves behind damaging fire. Sure. Very strange wording, but sure. So let's save it and cool. So here the name is the internal name of your mod. It is used to identify your mod in code. Version, this is a version of mod. This can be anything you want, provided it's in the format of number, but with intention most likely to be assembler. So, you know, major, minor, and whatever, build. I don't even remember. But you change the first number Whenever APIs break, whenever it's a big release that changes how the game works, and usually would mean that, hey, you need to start a new world, new game for it. This will be, okay, there were some significant changes, but there will be migration script and everything will be fine. Well, this should not require anything, just a small update that maybe fixes some issues. So again, the last one is issues fixed. This one is maybe some small features added. This one mod changed significantly. Title, the pretty title of your mod. This will be displayed on the mod's screen. And when you submit it into the mod portal, there we go. Author, your name. You can change this in example above. We already did that. Factorio version. This tells the game what version of the mod is for. You must match the version you're developing the mod for. 2.0 in this case. Now we've got dependencies and dependencies of your mod. And a short description of your mod, which appears in game. There we go. Very, very, very straightforward. And that's it for the info.json. So now we'll move to the prototype creation. Now there are two ways to create prototypes in Factorio. There's the short way and there's the long way. One way requires to create a complete prototype definition based on the documentation. Another way uses a Lua function to copy and modify an already existing definition. For the sake of this tutorial, we'll do it both ways. And we have a bunch of code. And what I'm gonna try to do is actually, instead of copy pasting it, I'm just gonna write it straight in here and see how bad I am at it. Okay, I'm gonna make the example code a little bit smaller here so that I can actually go and read through it while I'm typing, because this website has strange formatting. Okay, that's better. Yeah, this is ugly. But I want to type it in so that we can understand each line. So this is supposed to be data.lua. So let's do data.lua. Okay. And this is our Lua file. So I hope I haven't configured Neovim to do anything with Lua. It doesn't know about existence of Factorio or anything. We'll see what the experience is in stock Neovim. And in this case, LazyVim. Okay, so we create a local variable, fire armor. It already knows. Can I like disable the thing? And Benjamin just says, I have a question. In your opinion, if I've always had a desire to code but never learn, would it be insane to learn Lua first? A lot of people start with a language like Lua first. I would say that especially if you have a game that you would enjoy modding, hell yeah, that's a great way to learn programming. Because not only you will learn coding, Lua is very simple, so will, get you accustomed to, writing all the brackets, understanding how code works, and basically logic of programming. So for that purpose, it's great. Second, I programmed for many years. I see Lua, I understand it instantly because it's so similar to many other things. And yet I still find value in learning it even after all those years, because you can mod the games, you can mod so many things in the products and the things you will be building in the future as a software engineer. You could make it work with Lua so other people can easily modify it. So in my opinion, Lua is awesome, especially if you have a game that you would enjoy modding, because then suddenly your code that you wrote makes things happen on screen. That's why game development is so rewarding. But here you wouldn't need to write a game from scratch, which is extremely tedious and difficult. So hell yeah, go for Lua. Great option to start out. Wait, I wanted to disable Super Maven. Come on. Super Maven, stop. We should have no AI trying to complete up stuff for us, okay? So fire armor table dot deep copy. Okay, so in this case, we're using table deep copy. So I guess for the fire armor, we'll copy the existing prototype. And what is the prototype? It's I can probably actually add some nice formatting for it myself because I don't like everything in one line. Data.raw. So we have access to something called data raw. That's, I guess, because we had data.lua that creates the prototypes. So these are our raw prototypes. Interesting. And in here, we're saying, hey, go to armor. And then from that armor table, get heavy dash armor. Come on. And that's it. All right. So we basically said, hey, for our fire armor, just go and copy all the settings of the heavy armor. So we basically have, yeah, we copied the definition of a heavy armor, and we can probably modify it here, right? So the user explanation says, copy the table that defines the heavy armor item into the fire armor variable. Perfect. And Benji the Angie says, thank you, I appreciate your input. I'm glad and happy learning. Lua is fun. You're gonna enjoy it. If you enjoy Factorio, you're gonna enjoy coding. As simple as that. Okay, so what's next? Fire armor. Okay. Name. So we changed the name because right now the name is probably heavy armor because we just copied it, right? We cloned it. So we need to change the name and we're gonna make it fire armor. And name, I guess, is the behind the scenes name, like the unique name. Not the name that will be displayed for the user, right? And so that's that. Then we're gonna have fire armor. Icons. That's interesting. Icons. We have a table of them and we have one element in there. Icon is fire armor dot icon. Oh. Icon size is fire armor icon size. Okay. And then we're gonna do tint is, and we go just red is 1, green is 0, and B is, come on. What the hell's going on? Waiting for a new keyboard because I'm not liking touch typing on the one I have currently. So hopefully this is gonna improve a lot in the future. 0.3. Okay. And we can just add a space here. There we go. So what does this code do? Because notice that we're defining icons, plural. And in that table, we just define one, but we copied an existing icon. So that existing icon must be what heavy armor was, right? So I presume that we're redefining icons this way, like icon set, I'd even say. And we just grab the existing icon and then set it to whatever heavy armor was, the same size for the icon, but we're changing the tint of the color to be very, very red and I don't know, dark or not? I don't know. But okay. So I guess that's what we're doing here. We're just modifying the existing color of the heavy armor and the icon, whatever. Cool. And Scarlet, hello Scarlet. Maybe one next challenge after complete this tutorial, you can try to figure out how to light trees on fire around the player if they are using the armor. That could be fun, definitely. Oh yeah, that would be a pretty interesting challenge because we would need to find entities around. So yeah, that's a good challenge. Sure, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do it 100%. Challenge accepted. All right. Fire armor resistances. So we need to remember that we have currently the resistances is set to whatever heavy armor was, but we are applying a new one. So straight from the beginning, we're just saying that first one, resistance for, I guess this is the damage type, physical, will be decrease by 6. Okay, so we decrease the damage by 6, and then, or before or after, we reduce it by 10%. Okay, okay. I see. And then we can probably just go on and copy it and paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Oops. Can I just do this? Yeah, I can. Okay. So here we're gonna have explosion. The decrease will be by 10, and percent will be 30. Okay. Then we're gonna have acid. It will be 5 and percent 30. Okay. And then we have fire, which will be 0. Oh, so we don't decrease the fire damage, but we just make it that we have complete negation 100%. Okay, so when we wear the armor, we're basically fireproof. Awesome. Okay, I think this part is actually really clear. So we didn't use the existing definitions, we just overrode them completely. Okay, makes sense. And next one is create the recipe prototype from scratch. Okay, so this thing was basically, hey, copy the existing one and modify it. Here for the recipe, we're just gonna go from scratch. We have local recipe, and we're gonna say that type is recipe. So here we're actually defining a type of it to be a recipe. So I guess this here, this fire armor, it has some kind of type there behind the scenes as well. So let's see how we can find it. Can I go and the API docs, prototype stage, I guess, and we search for heavy. Ooh, armor? Oh, this is probably not the actual prototypes. This is just, wait a moment. Armor. Fonts, types. Okay. So we have armor prototypes, but custom prototypes. Do we have them, their definitions, or do I need to search them anywhere else? Heavy, not found. Oh, okay. Okay, so we don't have actual items here. Oh, that sucks. But we have ways to inspect them. So I guess we're gonna learn how to do that later. All right, we're gonna learn how to do that later. Let's go on because, I hope to see what is the type of this thing. I would expect to be entity or something, but I'm not 100% sure. So hopefully we're gonna learn how to check it soon. So we've got our local recipe, right? Type is recipe, name is fire armor. So I guess the name of the recipe can be exactly the same as the actual armor. There will be no conflict there because it's different type. Then we're gonna have enabled true. I wonder what enabled true is, for disabling or maybe for research. And then energy required is 8. which is time to craft in seconds at crafting speed of 1. Okay, so that's the energy required. And then we've got ingredients. And here we can define the ingredients for our recipe. Okay, this is really simple. Looks like it will be easy to generate one like that. So type is item. Name. Oops, come on. Name is copper plate. So we're gonna need copper plate. Amount is 200. Okay. All right, so this is our thingy here. Gonna add this, and next one will be, we also need a steel plate. So steel plate, and we're gonna need 50 of it. Okay, there we go. This is our recipe. These are the ingredients. Okay, and then we're gonna add what is the result. Results is we create an array again, or a table, and inside that we can specify what things are created. So looks like it's possible to define that when you're gonna create a recipe, you're gonna get maybe 2 armors, or an armor and something else. I wonder how it is, how does it work when you have multiple things that are being created? Does it make it automatically impossible to use a assembly machine or something? I don't know, that's interesting. Maybe the game just doesn't allow it. So what we're gonna get as a result is an item. Okay, makes sense. Name of the thing that we're gonna create is the fire armor. Okay, and then we're gonna have amount is 1. So only 1 armor per recipe. Makes sense as well. So that's that. That's our recipe, the whole table here. So at the end, we do data, we call extend on it, and we give it an array of fire armor and recipe. Okay, so that last line, I presume, is where we actually grab our 2 variables of the fire armor and recipe that we defined and make it, hey, actually add it to the game data so that it exists. Hey, this is really simple. I mean, dead simple. So let's read on. Gosh, it scrolls on resize. This is not. This website could use some more modern features. What we've just done here is we've copied the definition of the heavy armor item, then changed its properties and injected it into the Factorio init with data extend. The first line of code is probably the most interesting. Table deep copy. It copies a table fully into another table. We do this from data.raw. The data part is the table which will be used by the game to set up the Factorio universe. In fact, it contains the function extend self prototypes, right? And a table called raw. The former is a customary way to add new stuff to the latter. Okay, so basically when we call extend, whatever we provided into extend, in our case, this table with 2 elements, it's gonna automatically add it to our raw table. Okay, this is actually data.raw that holds the prototypes for the game. You can view the implementation of the file in Factorio Data Core lualib data loader Lua. Ooh. What is this website? Oh, Factorio Data. And we got, this is official Woob, Factorio creators GitHub, and we have everything here. The data loader. We've got the raw table, is demo, table string, and a bunch of other stuff. We have the extend defined, what it does. Oh, and nothing else. So Lua lib is, I guess, all the Lua things that we have, like circuit connector sprites, data loader, data duplicate checker, some math helpers for 2D and 3D. Look at that. And some other utilities like the table deep copy. Okay. Comparison of tables. Distance between two positions. Great. There's something we could use potentially. Format type, utilities color, all that fun stuff. Okay. All right. It's good to know it's here. So in core, we have Lua lib and the prototypes. And here, burner usage, cursors. Is this like a base mod or whatever? Editor controller, fonts, good control, noise, parameters. No. Parameters. Burner usage. Are those like examples only? Unknown. Virtual signal, entity ghost, recipe, quality, fluid. Quality unknown. Oh, all the unknown variants of those. How interesting. Look at our data Lua. So, oh, this is probably the base mod for Factorio, right? Oh, we have core, and then we've got base. And inside of our base, we'll have our prototypes. Okay. And here, in theory, we could find our heavy armor. Okay, I see. So core is included everywhere, and then base, which could be disabled, is here as well. Categories. And Scarlett says you can see here better. Yes, here it's nicely displayed everything. I like it. Unless you pasted the link. And unfortunately, I can't figure out how to enable links on YouTube chat. So you can probably replace dots with spaces and it'll be fine. Sorry about that. Entity. Okay, we've got entities. No heavy armor. So let's just search for heavy armor. No matches found. So this is overall in files. Heavy armor. Dash armor. We've got prototypes, item.lua. There we go. So base prototypes, item.lua. So this defines all the items, and this is line 4158. Okay, I see. So this is type armor. Name heavy armor, icon. We have the resistances. So physical, explosion, acid, and fire. Exactly. Subgroup armor. Order. Okay, this is interesting. Factoropediya simulation. Simulation Factoropediya heavy armor. Huh. Interesting. Infinite. True. Stack size 1. Okay, and then we have a bunch of other stuff defined, like artillery turret, or pistol, or maybe a Spidertron rocket launcher. This is all the weapons. Efficiency module. And we can see that it's a module, so we could create our own modules and all the fun stuff. Okay, this is great. And Scott says this is a link containing the JSON definitions. Yeah, unfortunately I can't see the link. I'm sorry. It isn't showing up in the chat. I could probably just run a search, right? Factorio item definitions modding. Item descriptions. Maybe there will be fun website. Extended description, Factorio mods, glossary, data.raw. And we have all the stuff here, right? And in theory, we could go. I think I did something like that years ago. I mean, years ago. Armor, heavy armor, right? Uh, I could search for it, and at some point, oh, these are just names. Hmm. Really? That's it? Oh well. We'll have places to check things, no problem. Just having here the base prototype, or we could just load it up. And as far as I understand, I could, in theory, just go and unpack. I know the base mod probably is somewhere here. Possibly. Do we have base? We don't have the base mod defined like just as a zip file. So I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to just unpack it and have it like that, so we can have a reference in there. Scott says you could search prototype JSON format Factorio. Prototype JSON format Factorio. Parsing wiki. Huh. And this is, oh, just the exported ones? No, this is just for exporting. Okay, I see. It doesn't show up, right? Funny. And this is the format of the prototypes. Go figure. Unless you're trying to show what the types are. Drill notes, this and that, top level members, types. The array type is the list of types concepts that the format uses. Go on to the types page. So a type. Ammo type. Do we have just module in here? Come on. The beacon module, effect, module tint. Okay, so this is different than what shows up somewhere. We'll definitely need to learn how to read those. Okay. Let's get back to our tutorial. And okay, so that was that. In addition to defining item prototype, we also define a recipe for it. This is necessary if you want to be able to craft the thing. We also set it to enabled, so it doesn't need a technology to unlock. Oh, so that's what it is. If we wouldn't set the enable to true, it will be whatever the heavy armor had set, which normally need to research it. And yeah, and I guess we'll need to be able to define a technology that will probably start some kind of event that, hey, this needs to be unlocked or whatever. Makes sense. So more on data.raw. When Factorio initializes, all prototypes are put into a table called data.raw. This table holds all prototype types, and within those types, individual prototypes identified by name, like local prototype equals data.raw prototype type, and then internal name. You saw earlier how we deep copied from the definition of heavy armor and modified some fields. In fact, let's go over each part of the deep copy line. Oh, so we're gonna go through everything. Okay, makes sense. We assign a variable called fire armor that holds our copy of the heavy armor definition. Notice how data.raw there is a type table that holds all armors. And the specific armor we're looking for is called heavy armor. we can find heavy armor's prototype type and internal name in the info box of its page in this wiki and just copy it from there. Okay. Type and internal name in the info box of this page on this wiki. All right. Alternatively, we can find the item's prototype type and internal name by opening the game, inserting the item into our inventory, and then pressing Control Shift F while hovering over the item. This will open the Prototype Explorer GUI, which has rows showing the name and type of the item. I want to try that. So let's make sure we have it saved, right? It's all saved. So in theory, this would Factorio maybe will already load it up. Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, the game didn't freak out yet, so that's good. All right, so let's look at mods. Do we have fire armor or something? Fire armor. There we go. This mod adds fire armor. It shows the author. It already shows that in mod portal it will be mod/fire armor. So I guess we would need to have a unique name to be able to post it on a mod portal, and requires our base game. Cool. So we see it all here. So we confirm, and I'm just gonna load the game where I have a save. Okay. So I go to combat. Look at this red thing. Unknown key. Item name fire armor. So I guess this is because we didn't define any localization. We'll click on it. It just created it. And in theory, we could just put it on. There we go. We've got our armor. It shows resistances as acid 530, explosion 1030, fire 100%, physical 60, stack size, and rocket capacity. It's all set. There we go. So it just works. So also, I could hover over the item, Control Shift F. Look at that! Oh, this is so handy. We can see all the settings, including the ones we copied from the heavy armor. Product base name is fire armor, type armor, localized name. It does. What's gonna happen when I click on it? Oh, it shows that there's nothing here. Look at that. This is fancy. Localized description. Yep. Order string, subgroup ID. Whoa, armor. Okay, this is a very nice thing. I must say this is awesome. Spoil result. We could make the armor spot. This will be fun mod to make like a wooden armor or I don't know, armor made of something strong, but over time it spoils. And then it turns when spoiled into armor that basically damages you. That's funny. Spoil to trigger result, flag, stack size, weight. Okay. That's a large number. That's what, 1 million? That's the weight. Drop sound, tool prototype, armor prototype. We've got all those resistances that we defined. Decrease in percent, and that's a float. When I click on the float, it just opens the documentation, so that's cool. Hey, I am impressed. Doesn't mean that I can go to armor prototype. Oh no, it just links me somewhere. So in theory, I could look at something, let's say from a mod. Let's say I'm gonna look at the electric steel furnace, one from a mod. We can just view it all here. A lot of effects. Look at that. Does it work on items that are in game? Let's say I just hover over this signal, Control Shift F. Yeah, there we go, rail signal. Large storage tank. Hey, this is gonna be handy. On the ground, it doesn't show. When I do on myself, it doesn't show anything. Okay, so not on the character, not on some of the things. I'm gonna want the tree. There we go. Springleaf Vash tree. Type tree. Okay, so there's a type definition for tree. Cool. Okay, so let's exit. Just not save, just quit. Cool. This is very, very, very cool. So before we do that, can I maybe, because if I'm gonna search here for base, there's no such thing as a base mod here. So maybe what I could do is let's just open a new thingy. We are here. Let's go back to mods and overall to Factorio. Like, right? Directory. Or no, let's just do git clone. We had this fun little thing here. This is Factorio data. Let's clone this repo. Okay. Okay. And really, it just cloned it all in here. I guess I'm so used to things just working a little bit differently that. Oh dear. LA shows. Wait. There's not a Git directory? Oh. What the hell just happened? Why am I here? What did I just do? Factorio dash data, right? Okay. So I see I don't have it here. I would need to go to this thing. Where? How did I end up there? Oh, because I started from there. That makes sense. Didn't I have it somewhere here? Jeez, let's just grab this. Go here. Um, Seriously? Now I can't go there. Please take me here to Factorio. There we go. Remove RF Factorio data. I hope this wasn't there before. Okay, and I want to do git clone. Let's hope this works this time without any big issues. There we go. Let's rename this tab to Factorio-data. And therefore, in theory, we have README and everything, but I should be able to search for heavy-armor. And there we go. I have it right here. I have it ready for copying. I can scroll through things, find things. Maybe I need to find overall module, right? Module. And we have all the possibilities. Let's just see module like this. And we have all the possible definitions. There we go. This is lovely. Cool. So now we have a quicker reference, which I very much like. So, as another example, the character's prototype would be according to the info box on the page. Data, raw, character. What do they mean by info box? We can find heavy armor's prototype, type, and internal name in the info box of its page on this wiki. Okay, so we go here, and that will be the... Where is it? Here. So this is the heavy armor, right? We don't have anything interesting here on the left, like no structure. Random page, wiki rules, editor help, tools. The sidebar here is just pointless. On the bottom, the combat items, overall navigation, categories. Okay. Character? Prototype character. There we go. I've moved to the new website. Great. Improved format. This documentation page can now be found here. The latest prototypes, character prototype, HTML. Oh, so it is on the official one. Mining speed, double, eat. But it doesn't have any actual settings. So this is not the page I wanted. Heavy armor. I can find that, no problem. Okay. We have some basics set here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so we have like the very basic information here. I definitely would prefer to look for it in code, or probably utilize multiple sources to make sure that I always get it right. Okay, so where were we? We did all that. Okay. So this is of the character's prototype, and that takes me to player page. Look at that. So that's a little bit different. Player. Store size, health, dimension, internal name, character. Prototype type, character. And this is the character. So the character has mining speed, running speed, distance per frame, heartbeat. The sound played when the character's health is low. Oh, I see. Eat, the sound player when the character eats a fish, for example. Inventory size, all those things. So yeah, a mod could modify inventory size, right? Okay. Footprint particles, it inherited from entity with own prototype, bunch of other stuff. Okay, I see. Plenty. Because the character is the character, his type matches his name. You could define a new character with a mod. You can see all the available prototype fields of the character in the documentation of character prototype. Okay. You may be thinking at this point, can I modify Factorio's existing prototypes without making new ones? Well, the answer is yes. You would simply access the data.raw table during init. in data-final-fixes.lua, if you want to run after all other mods and change a property, for example, make the iron chest instead have 1000 health, right? So we do container, iron chest, there we go, max health. The reason why this code is in data final fixes.lua is because that is the last file run after all mod fixes have been run. This prevents, to a degree, your changes from being messed with by other mods. Of course, it is still possible to have incompatibilities. You should note any that you know of in your mod's description. Okay. Again, the dev's documentation on this should be looked at. This can also be applied to other mods, not just Factorio's base. You could mod a mod as long as you add the mod that you modified with your mod to your dependencies so it gets loaded first. Makes sense. So in theory, I could... Yeah, let's modify the wooden chest. Let's see if I can do that quickly. So in Factorio data, let's search for wooden chest. Wooden dash chest. Containers. Like base data updates. Ooh. This is inside recipe.lua, so this is other recipes. Tips and tricks. Item. There we go. There we go. This is our item in Lua. Wooden chest. We have all that. Subgroup. Stack size 50. And we don't have any other property set here. What? Recipe. Wait, wooden chest. Tips and tricks recipe entities. Oh, there we go. So that was the finish of an item, so that looks different than what it looks in the world or something? Strange. Type container, so container wooden chest. So that will be the first thing to change. So let's add it here. Local, whatever, wooden chest is, oh, I can just modify it like this directly. Oh, okay. So data dot raw container. Oops. And then we're gonna do wooden chest dot. And we need to check what this thing is. Mineable max health. Inventory size 16 is by default. So in theory, I could do just, wait, what was that? Inventory size. Can I make it 100,000? And in theory, I already modified the table, so I shouldn't worry. I can even throw it overextend. And that should be it. So we're gonna check that if that worked, right? The reason why this is, okay, we read that and that, cool. So let's just run Factorio, and I want to see that change in action. I want to know that this is gonna work. Hmm. A chest with massive amount of storage, but the more is stored inside, the more it bends gravity, therefore it damages items around it. So I don't want to continue from the autosave. I just want to load this. So in theory, we're all good. So I should be able to make a wooden chest, right? Storage size 20. Oh no, I might have a mod that modify the storage sizes. Ay, 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 that's right. That's probably what the thing is, right? And we have only 20. Because I think the warehousing mod, whatever, the AAI containers and warehouses has settings that modified it. Oops. So yeah, that's that. We picked the wrong item. I trust that it works. It should work, no problem. So let's move on to the control scripting. And now to finalize the mod, we have to make it be more than just simple armor. But let's think about what we want the armor to do. We want the armor to create fire on the ground as we walk with the armor on. An event we're going to use is called onPlayerChangePosition. Well, let's see the documentation of it. What it looks like. Event onPlayerChangePosition. Called when the tile position a player is located at changes. Okay, the tile position. Player index, name, and tick. Okay. Player change surface, player change force, canceling crafting. Oh, we could do events when player cancels crafting. That's fun. Uh oh. Yeah, player takes damage when cancels crafting. Just straight up kills you. Uh One player crafted item, player created, player cursor stack changed, deconstructed area, all that fun stuff. Or when the player died, right? Called after player dies. Okay, this is fun. Since we want the fire to be created when the player moves, in our mod folder, create a file called control.lua. The game will automatically execute this file, so requiring it is not necessary. So control.lua. Okay. Control.lua. So I guess we're going into typing code again. Again, I'm gonna force myself to just actually type it. Okay, so in here we're gonna have script on event, and we have defines. Okay, defines as a multiple of defined, as set of defined things. I guess that's what defines is. Events on player changed position. Okay, and then for that we're gonna create function that takes the event. Okay. Oops. Uh, this is strange formatting. What? Let me zoom out even more. Oh, we just define it like this. So let me actually do it this way. Just like they have, right? We have this event here. And we just have indentation. Local player is gonna be game get player. event player index. Okay, so we can get the current player, at least the one that event is for, because again, this is a multiplayer. We can have multiple people. Never had a chance to play multiplayer in Factorio. I guess it'll be actually fun. But I guess I would need to have friends for that. Nobody wants to play Factorio, unfortunately, among my friends. So which player? Yeah, we can basically get the player this way. Cool. So next will be, so let's get the player that moved if they're running, currently controlling the character. If player controller type is finds controller's character. If they are currently controlling the character. Oh, so the player can move on player change position. Oh, because that's the player that changed position, not the character. Okay, that's a new one. I see. So they are basically checking if the current controller type is controlling the character, not maybe a car and maybe not a remote view camera, right? Okay, that's something to be aware of. So if that, then and wearing our armor. So if player get inventory, so that's how we can get inventory. Character armor. All right. So okay, so this whole defines seems like basically a set of defined identifiers to be able to select things. Like we were able to use it to okay, we have defined the on player change position as some kind of unique ID that we can reuse in places. So that's inside defines. Then we used it to specify a character controller, or maybe a character armor as a part of inventory. Okay, so get inventory, and we specify which inventory. In this case, the character armor. Okay, because the character can wear only a single piece of armor, as far as I know. And then from that, we do get item count, fire, armor. Oh, come on. And that needs to be larger or equal 1. Okay, that makes sense. So we got our player, then we got the armor inventory, which in theory could be multiple slots, and then we basically check how many items of fire armor are there inside that inventory. And if we have at least one, we know that the character is wearing it and whatnot, therefore we can do our stuff. Whew. That's a way around it, but I guess it's because the game supports so many variants of how you can arrange things. Okay, then we basically create a fire where they are standing. So we player surface, so where they are, create entity. So I guess the surface of the player is the planet they're on, at least in the context of Space Age, it will be a planet like Neovim or Gleba or some other stuff, right? So that's the surface. We create entity on that surface, and we give the table. So it will be name is fire flame. Okay, so that's how we can add fire. Let me just format it more nicely. I don't like those inline things sometimes. Okay. position is player dot position, and force, oh, neutral. So I guess the force is not of the power or strength. The force is basically the instigator, as in who this belongs to. Neutral means that this is just the world. Therefore, I don't know. I hope it's gonna be described because it's kind of confusing, this force. I guess that the fire doesn't belong to either the player side or any other player team, or not to biters or something. It's just neutral. It doesn't have any side. And therefore the damage it's gonna deal, it's not gonna be applied to like, oh, it's damage because of that team and suddenly something happens. So if the biters step into the flame, they won't consider that the player attacked them. They will just consider that they took damage due to neutral, no sides, something. So it'll be funny to make it that whenever the biter gets hit by the flame, damaged by the flame, they think it's somebody else than you. It could make destruction flame. Okay, so that's that. Force neutral. And then we basically need to add a bunch of ends to this one, and to our function. Okay. And then we need to close our script on event. Okay, so I saved it and then reformatted. Okay, so this is relatively easy, right? We have the event and we describe a function, what happens. In this case, we're gonna grab the player, check if the player is actually controlling a character, therefore the position of the character changed. And only if the character actually is wearing the armor, do something. In this case, create a fire entity whenever the player stands. So that's cool. That's it. So I've used Lua comments in the code above to explain each step. It's fairly easy to understand and it shows how you would get the current armor that the player character is wearing with defines.inventory.character armor, which is an inventory constant. You can read the list of defines here, okay? So we've got a link saved to that, that's good. So next is locale. If you've already tried loading out Factorio and trying the mod so far, which you can at this point without it crashing, you may have noticed that the item name of the armor says unknown key. This means that the Factorio has the internal name, but it doesn't know what it should look like to the user. So we need to create a locale for our mod. In our mod folder, create a folder called locale, then create another folder inside that is called en, and then file any name can be here .cfg. So locale /en/ I don't know, fire armor. We could do something like that. Locale en fire armor .cfg. Or let's do item locale. Okay, we're gonna name it this way. And I wanted to just have this little thingy. Cool. So we can say that, oh geez, it keeps scrolling. Don't like it. I hope this text is large enough for everyone to be able to read properly. I hope it's not too small. It's a really large, comfortable size for me right now. We're gonna say basically item name. Okay, so inside the CFG file, paste the following. Item name, fire, armor. Oh, will be fire armor. Exclamation mark. Can I just add an emoji? Please tell me I can add an emoji. Just in case I had an emoji. I hope it's gonna work. And then we've got item description, which will be for fire armor. We're gonna have simply an armor that seems to catch the ground itself on fire when you take a step. It's warm to the touch. Only warm. And that's it, right? So we basically have a name definitions and description. I wonder if we need to define every single one for every single thing. So we'll see. Notice how this is not a Lua file. Locale is handled with C config files, so the format is different. So the finished tutorial mode. Well, the mod is finished. Since this mod is only a tutorial, there isn't much balance to it, of course. If you want to share a mod with other users, it needs to be a zip file. For that, simply zip the fire-armor folder, then rename it the archive to fire-armor underscore and a version so that it follows the expected mod zip name pattern of mod-name underscore version. Keep in mind to not submit this tutorial mod to the mod portal as your own since it's from the wiki. However, you're free to take this mod and modify it for your own use, changing recipes, adding technologies, whatever. Okay, that makes sense. So let's just save it all. Looks like it's already saved, and I want to see the fire in action. I don't know if I played with fire in Factorio like ever. I never even made the fire like flamethrower or fire turret. I know that it's supposed to be the best weapon ever, but I never ever tried it. Alrighty, so let's continue. And let's see if we can craft it, right? And the mod fire armor caused a non-recoverable error. Please report it. So error while running event fire armor on player changed position. Inventory index. Real number expected got nil. Oh. Stack traceback. C function get inventory. Oh. Confirm. So we should be able to simply modify it, right? Character. I have chat actor. Chat actor. Chat actor. It's the character. There we go. Character. So I saved the file. So now when I continue, it should reload the file again, and it should be fine. There we go. We're in here. Oh, I guess I'm already wearing it. Oh, this is fun. How small the changes needs to be. When I slow it down and I just move that a little bit, no flame. Flame. Huh. Very interesting. Does it burn stuff? Yeah. Okay, that turret is actually burning stuff pretty well. Huh. Just don't wear it in your base, right? Your bots will have something to do. I can go in here and just... Yeah, it doesn't matter what the surface is, it just works. Even if the belt is moving you, it's lighting stuff on fire. Oh, that's funny. Yep. Ah, I want to see trees. Can I find a forest somewhere? Will things just catch on fire? I want to see a forest fire in Factorio. Come on. Ah, trees don't get caught on fire. That's surprising. Looks like we have some biters somewhere here. I want them. I want to see them get damaged. Oh, they. Oh, this is not too bad. If they're following me in a straight line, this is pretty decent. Maybe not on all of them. Yeah, those guys, they don't care. Okay, let's get rid of them. Okay, I like that mod. This is fun. So how on earth would I make trees on fire now? It's a good question, but let's finish the tutorial and see if I can do something, because there's extended learning. One of the best ways to learn how to mod beyond this is to look at other mods. The tutorial Inspecting a Live Mod is a good starting point for touring a particularly well-commented mod, as all mods can be opened and inspected. Looking at the mods of experienced modders can help significantly when making your own mod. So something you'll see a lot in other mods or the base game are require statements. These load other files, so you can split up long code files and organize your mod however you like. For example, if you wanted to put some of your data stage code into a file called foo.lua in a folder called bar, your mod folder would look like this: fire armor, bar, foo.lua, data.lua, blah blah. Yeah. And you would need to add this to your data.lua. Require bar.foo. Yep. And keeping your mod working as Factorio evolves, things will change. Previously, you probably ignored the modding part of the changelog. You now need to read it and see if any changes affect your mods. If so, you'll need to fix them. If there's something wrong with your mod, the game will fail to init and explain why. Yeah, so basically whenever there's a Factorio update, the changelog shows up, and when you scroll down, you can see the changes to the modding API. We also have the resolving common errors in modding. As you continue to write mods from scratch instead of from a tutorial, you may encounter the infamous error. There are several types of errors that you can encounter in modding Factorio, and knowing how to deal with these errors will allow you to continue working. So first of all, we have syntax errors. The Lua programming language expects things to be laid out in a certain way. If you miss a bracket, equal sign, or dot, you will encounter a syntax error. As an example, see the error below. Factorio mod fire armor and line 39, unfinished string near fire armor. You see an error like you'll see an error like the one above whenever you make a syntax error within the prototype definitions. The game will offer to restart, disable the troubling mod, disable all mods, or exit. Let's dissect the error, shall we? So We see that it failed to load the mod file armor, so we know that it's our mod that messed up. Whenever the Lua engine or Factorio has a syntax error, it will print a mini stack trace that follows through all requires, listing the call order. First, we see that the problem was caused by line 39 of data.lua after stating where it is in line-wise. Where it is line-wise, so we can see that it's line 39. We'll attempt to give you an estimate of where the line problem is. Don't trust this estimate, only roughly trust the line number, plus or minus a few lines. And going to line 39 of data.lua, we find, oh, there's a missing quotation mark. Doesn't look right. We're left off a quotation mark after armor before the comma. That's syntax error. Logical actions indexing nil. In Lua, nothing is defined as the keyword nil. This is similar to null in other programming languages. Whenever the programmer tries to access something in a table that is nil, they will get an error like the following. Error while running event fire armor on player change positions. That's what we actually got. And attempt to index field exclamation mark and nil value, for example. So in our case, we had a typo and it was like we were trying to get inventory of nil and such thing doesn't exist. Okay. The attempt to index field error is often caused by the modder making an assumption that didn't work out. These types of errors will always be undefinable by their signature line. Attempt to index field. If we look at the line 3 of Control Lua, where the error is, we'll see this. It looks like player 23. What assumption has the modder made here? Well, there's actually two problems with this line. The first thing is that the modder has assumed that game players 23 is a valid player, which isn't the case. This is why we get the index field question mark bit. The game doesn't know what the field is that we tried to index because it hasn't been created yet. These errors are difficult to debug unless you know the ins and outs of the modding API well. The second issue is a lot more subtle and won't work. The modder is attempting to print a user data table. A player is a table of several values. Trying to print it simply by calling print Lua player instead of providing useful data. Yep. Then we got error while running event. Another common type in Factorio is the error while running event error. This type of error only happens in control Lua scripting, and it happens when something goes wrong in an event function, such as syntax error. Note that syntax errors in control Lua do not stop the game from starting, but may trigger after a save is loaded. So yeah, in this case, unknown entity name, fire flam, and therefore this wasn't defined, probably a typo, right? So that makes sense. Internal error is the most rare form of an error, and the worst form is the internal error. This is an error with the C++ code of the game, and there's nothing it can do but report it to the devs. Mods occasionally calls these, and almost all of them are considered bugs, as mods should not be able to cause these. Okay. If that makes sense, they often get thrown into the logs. And you can just get some stuff there. Makes sense. Let me just check something quickly. Alrighty. So multiplayer and desyncs. The reader may be wondering at this point how Factorio handles multiplayer with mods. It's fairly simple, but it's still worth considering. Factorio is deterministic, which means that when you provide a constant input, you get a constant output, with no variance. Every client and the server all reach the same points at the same time in simulation. So they all agree on what happened. When this differs, the player experience a desync. Desync, misalignment with server and clients. Client 1 expected A but got B, all other clients got A. Thus, client 1 will desync. Desync can also happen when all clients have information, for example, a variable, but a client that recently joined the game doesn't. That client will be desynced. These things happen a lot to new devs of Factorio mods, because they are unaware that a particular piece of code they used causes desyncs. As a general rule, there are a few things that should never be done. Use local variables that are not final outside of event hooks. So local, global, local, script on event, do this and that. If the modder places local variable outside of the event hook, that gets changed during runtime. These things will happen when that variable is utilized to modify the game state. For example, manipulate an entity, print text to players. If making a global variable is necessary, place the variable in the global table instead. So there is a global table. Okay. The game syncs the table between all clients. Oh, that's good. That's cool. So they can all be aware of and reach the same conclusion as each other. Conditional event subscribing. Mods in Factorio may subscribe to events in order to be notified when they happen. This allows mods to react to events when they occur. Typically, event subscription is done at the top level of Lua file. Doing event subscription inside a conditional function or other event is dangerous, as doing it incorrectly will lead to desyncs. Basically, since both the server and client need to reach the same conclusion after running code, conditional subscription can lead to certain clients or the server being subscribed to an event when the others are not, causing desyncs. Improper use of onNode. Another ways to cause desyncs is to make improper actions inside of an onload call, which some players new to modding might try to do. According to the documentation, the onload functionality is meant for three purposes only: re-register conditional event handlers, reset up media tables, or create local references to tables stored in a global table. Okay. Doing anything else will cause desyncs. The game will catch most attempts crashing instead and terminating the mod. Then it's comparison by reference. Be cautious of comparing tables by reference. In multiplayer syncing, tables deserialized from the server state will be new objects, not equal by reference to any table initialized by client code. Exactly. If A and B are tables and involve conditionals, there will, for example, be different results between server and client if A is created locally and B is downloaded from the server. Note that Lua objects provided by the game have their equality operator overridden to prevent this behavior, so code such as Lua entity A is not equal to Lua entity B will not desync. However, this does not apply when Lua objects are used as keys in tables. Okay, this will desync in the same way as described for the plain tables. For entities, it is recommended to use the Lua entity.unit number as the table key instead of the whole entity. Okay, makes sense. So yeah, this was a fun tutorial. I enjoyed that. It was nice and simple. So how on earth would I make trees around the player to light on fire, right? How on earth would I do that? Um, huh. Let's take a peek at events, because with events we can just check for events that are happening. As far as I understand, we can check for events like, the player moved. But what else do we have here? Do we have like an index list of those? Because the thing is that I would like the trees in some specific range to get on fire, but I don't think this will be events. Event will be still on move. It's just whenever the player moves, we would need to get entities around it, but I'm not sure how to get that. So let me just peruse through that. On area clone, on biter base builds, brush cloned, build entity cancel the construction update, chart tag added. What the hell is a chart tag? On chunk charted, called when a chunk is charted or recharted. I guess generated, right? Oh no, generated. Called when a chunk is generated. Charted? Interesting. Chunks can be deleted. Camera robots, console, cutscenes, entity clone, damage died, renamed, pasted, force ceasefire changed. Okay, so this is like diplomacy. Forces merging, called when two forces are about to be merged. GUI stuff, we don't care about that one. Lua shortcut. Permissions player. Selected area, reverse selected area, ammo inventory, band, build, cancel crafting, change position surface, cheats, clicked, configured, created, demoted, die, display density, scale changed. Change when the display density scale. Okay, I see. Okay, so this is not something where we'll find it. Plays equipment. Wow, there's a lot of events. On pre-player left. Called before. Okay, so we have some pre, but no after. Interesting. Redo. Oh yeah, there is post. On post, entity died. Called after entity dies. Okay. Bunch of robots, scripts, inventory, platform mind. Jeez, Louise. These are all the events, right? So I actually want the player position changed again. On player change position, get player index. Can I search for player? Lua entity, player. So we're able to get the player. The player connected to this character, if any. So on Lua player can only be used if this is a character. Lua player extends to a player in the game. Pay attention that player may or may not have a character, which is the Lua entity of the little guy running around the world doing things. Yeah. So set ending, screen data, clear, controller, recipe groups, create character, creates and attaches a character entity to this player, huh? Alerts can do stuff, associate characters, associate. Quest translation, get an infinity inventory filter. Gets a filter for this map editor, infinity filters. Oh, I see. Gosh, there is so much. So something tells me we don't really need, because we have position of the player. Something tells me we just need to get some like surface and then entities from there. So what do we have here? When I clear that, we have Lua AI settings. What if I'm gonna do surface? Achievement provided commandable control. Lua control surface. Oh, that's just a property. Lua control is an abstract base class containing the common functionality between Lua player and entities when accessing player related. So functions through Lua entity. It must refer to character entity. Oh, I see. So this is like get inventory, get max inventory index, can insert, get item count, has item inside, can reach entity. Can a given entity be opened or accessed? Okay, so this is checking the reach. Clear items inside, remove item, teleport, update, clear, disable, enable, blah, blah, blah. Surface, the surface this entity is currently on, so that's one thing. Position for selected opened. Instead of writing. Bunch of character stuff. Okay, so we can check or this is R for read only, I guess. We're checking the reach distance. So this doesn't give us any of that. Any of the way to access stuff. But in theory, we could get the surface. Where was it? Surface, right? The surface this entity is currently on. A domain of the world. Surfaces can only be created and deleted through the API. Surfaces are uniquely identified by their name. Every game contains at least the surface Neovim. Okay. And get the pollution for a given position. There we go. Can place entity, fast, find entity. So find entity. Find an entity of the given name at the given position. Okay, so that's one thing. Find entities area. Find entities in a given area. There we go. So that's what we want to do. Have an area. Find entities filtered. Tiles. Entities filtered. So we could use find entities. Area. Find entities in a given area. If no area is given, all entities on the surface are returned. Holy moly, that will be a lot. So area is a bounding box. Oh, so this is basically a bounding box, which would be simply a square or rectangle, right? So game surfaces, now we find entities, and we have bounding box, which is starting position and ending position. Okay, so we could probably do that, right? Surfaces, or we can just get a surface from the entity. So in our case, we have player get inventory, and then player surface create entity. All right. So what I want to do is make local surface is player dot surface. Okay. And therefore, we can just say that our surface create entity. We did that. But also, I want to here check the things in range. So it'll be local entities and arrange. I can just do that. Looks better, and that's gonna be surface dot find entities, and then we'll basically need to have start position and end position. Although they've made it as to erase and not erase, sorry. They both will need to be tables. So I can create those. So let's say local range is I don't know, let's do 10 tiles or whatever that is. I'm not even sure. So local start position will be uh we need a player position. Player position, right? Come on. Come on. Sure. Oops. Player position dot. Do we have like X position here? How does that work? Because this is simple. I can deal with that. But position. Map position. Oh, table of 2 values. So we do 0 and if start position, we're gonna go negative. So minus range. So let's actually not do range like this. Let's do no range makes sense. Yeah, range makes sense to be just done that way. So this will be our start position, comma. What the heck just happened? And we place it here. Undo. Paste here. There we go. Okay. Now we end position. And we have the same thing. Is just we replace it with plus. And that should be end position. So we start and end position. So these will be the entities in range. So for entities in range, wait, find entities, find entities. So returns an array of Lua entity. Oh dear. So now the Lua entity, we basically need to check the name and other stuff. Extends Lua control. Do we have name here? Name. Gosh, a lot here, but we have name. Name of the entity prototype. Type. We have type, so we could just check if it's type tree, right? So for how the hell were for loops in Lua? Didn't I have it somewhere here? Oh, all disappeared after restart. There we go. Lua reference or something. Wait, Lua 15 minutes because I like that particular one. And if clauses for something to something. But can I do for loop to iterate over something instead? Come on. For. No. No, no, no. For key value in pairs. So I think I can do just for something in something. So for entity in entities in range. Okay. Then no do. Okay. And therefore, if entity dot type is tree, because I remember seeing that somewhere, then how do I set something on fire? Because I can spawn fire on it, but how the hell do I set something on fire? Instead of me digging through stuff, because I have no idea where to even start searching for that. Hmm. Let me think. Factorio modding set on fire. Arson Factorio mod. Live in constant fear of your factory burning down. Of course, isn't the only thing. Heck. Okay, this is strange. Best mod to keep fire at bay. Somebody did this is a small mod I created armor that when you are wearing it sets anything you shoot on fire. Oh. Look behind it. So it shoots whatever on fire. There's no source code. Can we like download it? Oh, really? I can't just download the file? Um, Too bad. Because that will be fun. Entity damaged. I would like to ask about the possibility to detect via an event entities that are set on fire. This could be a generic event with filters or an extension to an existing event with an added filter. So let me check in the game if actually it looks different when we... Because our fire didn't start catching other things on fire for some reason. It was just sitting there and damaging. What if I'm gonna get the the proper fire flamethrower? Is it gonna actually make trees burn? Because for some reason from our armor, they didn't. And I want to know why. Unless our fire entity has to have some special properties with it. I am not sure. So I think a good idea would be to just grab a flamethrower and see what happens. Pulse? I wonder if flamethrower is just a normal turret or gun, and we could find a code, some kind of code there. So let's continue with this thing. Nothing special here, right? This still works. Just keeps damaging things, and that's it for a few seconds. So, can I get a flamethrower? Yeah. Do we need ammo for flamethrower? Flamethrower ammo, steel and crude oil. Yikes. So, let me just go. It's crude oil here. Plenty of it. That's in a chemical plant. Do I have it on me? Yes. Hopefully, me setting things on fire won't cause the oil everywhere to catch on fire, right? And it needs just some steel and that. Okay, so we've got ammo. Let's get 1, 2, and maybe 3. There we go. How do I change weapons? I don't even know how to change weapons. What the heck? Hmm. There we go. It looks like the same fire, but look how long this one stays in place. If I'm gonna just do this or that, see, it's damaging. It looks like it's on fire. This one stays for longer, so something tells me there might be settings for when the thing is created. Because when I throw it here, the tree itself isn't getting damaged. Oh, wait. This one actually burned down. Look at that. It actually burned down. If I'm gonna do all this stuff here, keep going, all those trees burn down. Nope, not at all. When I just do that, its health is still at 20, but it looks like it's burning. Health 20. Oh, it started spreading to those two trees. And they are burned down. So why doesn't this one work? If I'm gonna just shoot here, no trees will get... I wonder if it's because I actually hit an entity and it's something different? Not sure. So let's inspect the flamethrower. Let's see if I can do thrower. Flamethrower. Fluid turret. Let's just make it larger. Nope. No. Prototypes. Flamethrower ammo. Nope. Gun. Flamethrower. Pick up sound. Attack parameters. Type stream. Ammo category flamethrower. Cooldown. Movement. Range. Cyclic sound. Begin sound. And stack size. So we have sounds. So ammo category flamethrower. So that doesn't say much about that. Come on. So this is the ammo category effects. Technology, no, that's technology. This is requisites, no. Another technology. So these are all technologies. And items, we have ammo, flamethrower ammo, okay? Category flamethrower. Bam, 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 composition, stream, so this is again, nothing crazy here. Source type vehicle. Magazine size subgroup. Again, nothing here. No technology, not those items. Not the ammo. Not that gun. Recipes, no. Entity, fire Lua. You have entity fire Lua. Gun barrel length, ammo category. So this is gonna be probably the whatever you call it. Turret, right? Can I scroll through here? Muzzle animation. Bunch of layers, graphics set. Ugh, this is not fun. Float turret. Yeah, I don't want float turret. We've got entities, tank cannon. Nothing here about the fire. So, fire, entity. What was it that we were spawning? Fire, flame. What the heck is going on? Crash side, entity, fire. Okay, add basic fire graphics and effects definition. Placeable off grid, not on map, hidden true, damage per tick, it's this. Maximum damage multiplier, spawn entity, fire flame, on tree. Oh. What? Spread delay. Spawn entity, fire flame on tree. This is another one. Entity name, fire flame on tree. Placeable off grid. Okay, so fire flame on tree is something we could go on from now. Type create fire flame. This is stream, flamethrower fire stream. I see. And then the last one is part of it, right? So I want the fire flame dash on tree. So we've got the trees.lua. Remains when mined. Fire flame on tree. This is basically tree. Another tree somewhere here. Create tree, whatever. Oh, type tree, name, Ashland tree flaming. How do we make it flaming? Enemy projectiles. Acid splash fire. Gosh, this is not that easy to be honest. To figure out how to do it. Fire flame on tree. Spawn entity. Fire flame on tree. Initial render layer. Secondary render. Let's try to fire flame on tree. And just try to spawn that. How about that? Fire flame on tree. So if the entity is of type tree, and then we're just gonna say surface, create entity. Oops. Really? Create entity. I'm gonna make it name is fire flame on tree. Was it? On tree. Yeah. Fire flame on tree. Right? Then position will be entity.position because I believe we can do that. Force neutral. I guess. We'll see if that makes anything happen. Yeah. I'm gonna save it. And well, I need to add end here. Okay, I think it's gonna be fine. This isn't gonna be great because that scans the whole entire area every like frame or two whenever the player moves, but we can at least see what's gonna happen. It's not functionality I'm really looking for, but something we can keep researching. Hopefully there will be no errors when we load the game. Okay. No errors. Oh, now. What if I cause error? Error while running this thing. Armor. Line 12. Attempt to perform arithmetic field on something. So, line 12, apparently. Which is here. Start position is this minus range. And that minus range. So we know that our range is number. But looks like we can't get the actual value of the player stuff. Player. Low entity player. Right? Do we have position here? Please let there be position. But this is not ordered nicely. Oh, that was just entity here. We probably don't have a specific player. Love Wars players. Where'd it go? Seriously. Lua player. So we've got Lua player, which extends this. And does this have position? Please have position, because I want to see if it's exactly the same position as we saw somewhere else. Or maybe there's something else with it. Nothing here. Can I just search for position? Get alerts. Physical position. Current position of this player physical controller. Position is a map position, which is a table of two doubles, coordinates on the surface. Oh, it's like that. That means I could, in theory, just grab it by X and Y instead. Oh, so maybe that's gonna work. So dot X, right? We're gonna go here and do Y. And we can just do the same thing here. X. Dot Y. And when we're restart the game. Hopefully this fixed it. No. Now line 15. Okay. Attempt to call a table value. Line 15. Here. Okay, so we have find entities. Let's find entities again. Because that returns an array. Claude, how do I iterate over elements of an array in Lua? Guess I can do this and that. Oh. And I pairs recommended for sequential arrays. So index and the value. Oh, just like that with I pairs. All right. I can live with that. So let's do right. And instead of just entity, will be I and entity. And I can ignore the I because I don't care. Possibly that's gonna make it work. Let's try it. I like that it's just save the file, restore the game. Okay, so this works. Now let's get close to a tree. I don't know what the distance of 15 is, of 10 is. Look at that. They are starting being like that. But will they actually burn down? They did. So I can just go over here. Let's go to the map view so we can move around without burning stuff. There we go. Burns down. Don't know if it spreads, but if these are on, that means it probably spreads. Hell yeah. So if I'm gonna go here, bam. This is where the fire is. Is it gonna spread to the right? Please tell me it's gonna spread. Yes, it spreads. Okay. Good. This is great for forest fires, that's for sure. So that means that in theory, because right now it's like a rectangle. In theory, I could also check distances, right? Because do we have any other? Yeah. So look at that. When we approach it, it's gonna be a straight line that covers the trees. Like here and here. And here as well, like a rectangle. But I would like it to be a round distance, like a proper radius. And we could achieve that, I believe, very simply. Hello, Drunken. And Drunken says, this modding looks harder than I thought it would be. And toggle on-off key. Oh yeah, toggle on-off key will be probably more involved. Although you could add those keys probably on the right easily. We could probably see how other mods do it. But at this point, I would actually like to finish with this whole armor idea and switch to custom ore generation. But first, let's just check this. So right now we were basically checking if the entity is tree and then just kept putting it on fire. But I also want to do additionally make sure distance to a tree or like check real distance to a tree. So I recall that we had some utilities called distance. So let's search for distance. Got prototypes. Where else? Gosh, so many prototypes. Distance, distance, distance. It's a lot of files. Wasn't there like utilities or something? Prototypes, beta updates, prototypes tile. Didn't we see it? Let's quit this thing, go to our thing here. I don't want prototypes unless this is where we're searching. Inside core, I believe we have I believe we have Lua lib, right? Autoplace utilities, crash site, data loader, math2d, that's one thing. What if I'm gonna run here? Distance. It still finds prototypes. But we've got those now. Crash site, story, style, utilities, Lua. Function, util distance. Position 1, position 2. And it does the calculation for us in theory. How would I get to that utility? Is it exported on the bottom or something? Util is a table, right? And at the end, we return a util. Where is util available? Maybe we can just do it like that. Just let me search. Defines surface. Core utils. Okay. And the Lua prototype definitions and Factorio between releases and potential. I wonder if I can just search for it somewhere here. Because I'm in classes, right? API docs. Runtime stage control. Distance. And yeah, no such thing here. Very interesting. Auxiliary. JSON docs. Defines. Let's just assume that it's available normally. So we're gonna do something like local distance is utils or util.distance. We're just gonna have our player position, comma, entity.position. Okay. And this should evaluate it for only the trees that we found. So all the other entities in range will be ignored in theory. So now, if distance is larger than 10 or than range, then can I do the continue? I don't know if that's gonna work in here, but we can check, right? Because I just want to exit this specific entity checking if this was false. This way I don't have to have yet another indentation layer. Unexpected expression. Continue. Maybe there's no such thing. So let's just do this. And do end here. And in theory, that should be fine, right? In theory. Let's see if the game still loads with that. Because I have it running in the background. I move. Nothing happens here. What if I get close to a tree? Now I've got an error. So attempt to index global util. So it looks like we don't have access to the util thing. Utils at Lua, converting fuel values. Run expected. Factorio. How to use util.distance. I want to see if there is something here. Details. So this is more of users doing things. Okay, nothing here. Absolutely nothing here. Let's see if Claude knows something about it. Because the game's been out for what, 8 years, so maybe Claude knows about it. I know that there is util.distance function. Find in core Factorio mod. How can I access it from my own mod? Because I would like to be able to use those functions rather than do something else. I did just require util. Would that be possible? If I could, I'd be very happy. I mean, it knows that that's how XY stuff is defined, so that's not bad. Where do I run those includes? Because somewhere here at the bottom, it was defined how to run those includes, right? You would add this to data Lua. Where? In the beginning or the end? I guess at the beginning, right? I guess. And sure. And now the util should work in theory. Because it's just a local variable, right? Because I don't want to call it on every event every time I'm running it to evaluate the whole file. Didn't crash yet. Okay. Still is a rectangle. So why is that? You can see it's straight line here and straight line here. Forgot to save or something? No, I haven't saved. Distance is distance between player position and entity position. If it's larger. Oh, if it's larger in range, then set on fire. Huh? Oh, yeah. It still works because um because the character moves closer. So I was doing everything outside of it in that range of 10 somehow. Exit. Please work. Okay, look at that. We've got it looking better already. Yeah. We have some kind of rounding. This got burned, but not that yet. Only when we get closer here. Yeah, now we've got a proper range. So it works. Okay. So all we need to do is require that thing and it's just gonna work. I like how the smoke, when there's more of it around, just turns all black. How about pollution wise? High. Pollution is very, very, very high and still increasing. Holy moly. That's fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying that. Okay, so now the next step is to figure out how to add ores, custom ores to the thing. Because in my mod, I want to be able to generate random ores, as in with random properties and whatnot. And therefore, you mine them to get those random ores, and then you make intermediate items that are also uh, random properties to make random machines, and therefore the whole random tech tree and everything random. Procedural, maybe, instead of random. But yeah. Oh wow, this is like really good for fires. I just want to see that spike. Oh wow. And how's the pollution? Basically follows me all the way here. Hey, this is fun. Gosh. The fire just still sits here. Oh wow. That's a cool effect. Or is that effect of or how high pollution? If I would have so much pollution on my map, would it actually show up like that too? Huh. What if I would add, I need to check that. What if I'm gonna add a furnace that has pollution like 10,000? Will it actually create this cloud of smoke that still sits here? I doubt so. But I want to see what happens if there's like absolutely extreme pollution. So I would just need to go and find some nice, pleasant thingy. So in base prototypes, right? Let's grab something here so that I can search nicely. So I'm gonna say furnace. Stone furnace, right? It's just I want the actual prototype. I could probably just say prototypes. Nope, doesn't like it. I need to learn how to use that grep a little bit better. Entities furnace, stone furnace. There we go. It's called stone furnace. Do we have pollution or something? Energy source burner. Graphics set. Okay, so this is just graphics set with this energy source. Emissions per minute is pollution 2. There we go. Oops. So let's just go to our come on. Data Lua. We go all the way to the top, and we can basically do something similar. Um, so this will be the pollution furnace. Okay. And we know that this is called stone furnace. Okay. It's just okay, the furnace. Okay, so we should have deep copy of it. And now in our pollution furnace, dot and come on. Okay, so it will be this thing. Here we have sound collision energy source. So we go energy source, item number 1. Oh, I was trying to get item number 0 somewhere. That's why it was a problem. So energy source is the table. So energy source, can I just do dot? I think energy source dot emissions per minute. Come on. Energy. Huh, they do underscores. Emissions per minute. Pollution. Here's 2. And it's just a value, right? Pollution equals 200,000. How about that? Instead of 2, we have 200,000 pollution. Let's add even more, right? This is using whatever doubles behind the scenes, so calculation should be fine. It's just pollution should be absolutely nuts instantly. And I mean, that's the only thing that I wanted to change. Emissions of double M, right? No, single M. There we go. Emissions per minute. Pollution furnace. So let's go here. Pollution furnace. We add it here. And for that, we actually need to restart the game because it needs to regenerate the prototypes. How are you doing, Drunken, by the way? Okay, so let's continue. Let's see if we have any crashes. I mean, the whole thing didn't crash, right? So that's good. We should have a furnace somewhere here. Oh, we didn't even rename it. Pollution is changed though. It's just 2 million. Okay, try it out then. We have it here. We can say that, hey, you are going to be making bricks, okay? And we can give it some stuff and some coal. And it's doing pollution, right? Whoa, look at that pollution. Oh, I haven't seen that before, but this is quite bad. But overall, there's no like overlay for pollution, unfortunately. Too bad. It would be fun to have like a screen overlay of how polluted the area is. Oh wow, this just keeps going, right? Oh my goodness, what if I'm gonna just dump a bunch of them? I feel like totally breaking the game right now. Okay. They all do the same thing. They all get some stone, right? Come on, bring me more stone. There we go. And they all get some coal. More coal. More coal. And more stone. Okay. It's growing fast. I wonder how, because this is like an absolutely extreme amount of uh what do you call it? Of pollution. Will those trees just get damaged from that or not? I mean, this is like super high pollution here. But I guess trees need a lot of time. Oh, now of course I'm setting them on fire. But in theory, they should be getting damaged from pollution. I just don't know at what rate. I guess those ticks over the trees happen over time, and therefore it's not like the whole forest is gonna start uh, dying unless these are considered already dead. But yeah, this is nuts. I did not expect that level of pollution. Hey, fun of modding, right? One line of code and we have all this. 2 lines of code, yeah. Good. So now let's go on to figure out how to deal with ores. I'm gonna delete that furnace. Uh, okay. And I'm also gonna do something like this, okay? Let's not have that furnace. And give me a moment, I just need to run to the bathroom and we're gonna figure out how to create our own ores. Alrighty. Okay, let's resume then. How do we figure out how to add ores? First, I'm gonna check if that base mod maybe defines something of interest. Um, what if we're gonna search for something like ore? Migration, space age. I mean, space age defines some ores, right? Doesn't it have something like tungsten? Tungsten belt? Modules, tungsten plate. Okay. Tungsten plate. How do we get that made? Ingredients. Results. Item tungsten plate. Ingredients. Item tungsten ore. So tungsten dash ore. That's the thing that we want to check. So production score. Default seed prices. What? Prototypes item. Tungsten ore. Subgroup volcanoes processes. Color hint. Sound. So this is just an ore item definition, right? This is again the same item. Planet mapgen. Oh. Planet mapgen volcanus. Base prototypes planet map gen. That's interesting. Get Nauvis from base. Okay, so this is basically how Nauvis is being generated. And we add a new function that says property expression names, volcanoes elevation, temperature, moisture, cliff elevation, entity tungsten or probability, and richness. Coal, calcite, and other stuff. Okay. All right. So that means we would need to define an item to be our ore, and then also add some kind of stuff to it. Okay. Add it to, let's say, be on Nauvis or something. So this is adding a new planet. Territory settings, unit, auto place, controls, volcanic coal, acid, tungsten ore. So there are some auto place controls. And then we've got which tiles, decorative settings, entity. Okay, this is not that straightforward. Because we've got like entity settings, and then we've got, we can ignore decorative, but we have auto place controls, and we have overall those elements added here. And Drunken actually answered my question 10 minutes ago. I'm doing good, mate. Just reading about multi-threading in NIM. while listening to you. I really need to go back and play some Factorio. It's been a while. Great game, absolutely, especially 2.0. Super, 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 super awesome. I'm just missing all the mods that add tons of different ores and tons of variety to things. I don't know, I kind of like when there's lots of ores and stuff. And I just don't like Pyanodons. Because, I don't know, it's just not enjoying it, those gigantic machines. So let's see if we have maybe some tutorial for those mods. So we have 2016. No. Hmm. I've got an idea. Let's start a game. Go over the list of mods and find a mod that adds new resource. I don't think I have any installed right now. Mods. I have those, but they are not compatible. Factorio Plus. Do we have source codes for that? No. I mean, in theory, I could just. Yeah. I have Factorio Plus installed, but let's also look at something. Sure, I'll update all those. Oh. Um, let's search for ore. Unlimited or swapper. Nope. Adds rainbow ore to the game, which can be processed into other ores. There we go. If I'll go here, it doesn't have source code available, but I'm gonna install it. I'm gonna confirm it, and we're just gonna unpack the zip file, see if the source code is there, because it's supposed to be apparently. Okay, so let's do this. And Drunken says, I sent you a mod's link in Discord. Nay, yep, I seen that mod. I used it before. But for some reason, I have like 5 different mods now that do that, and I just do Control Shift F, and it will show you all the details about the element anyway. So it looks like some functionality for modding at least is already built into the game. Rainbow ores. There we go. So let's open it up. And I'm gonna put it inside the Ubuntu Learning Lua, wherever that is. Factorio, and we're just gonna plop it here. Uh, Please? Oh, it extracted. It just doesn't refresh. Okay, cool. Um, so let's go. Rainbow ore, right? So we have graphics and locale. Cool. Change log, data updates, data Lua. So let's look at that. Define rainbow ore recipe data for uranium and crude oil. So vanilla raw resource data is empty. And we say uranium ore is the stable rainbow amount required energy. Okay. Use preset rainbow data customization on the resource. Okay, so this is all fun, but we need to go to the rainbow ore. So resource autoplace. Require resource autoplace. Oh, that's interesting. That looks like it's not included in here because this might be from somewhere. So create autoplace control. Data extend. And we create new element. Type autoplace control. Name rainbow ore. Richness true. Order A, category resource. Okay, so that's how we define that. So let's copy it because this looks like generic code. So we're gonna do it after all that stuff. Okay. We'll just ignore the stuff that I did earlier. Yeah, let's just one thing about I really don't like about Vim is the deletion yanks by default. Oh, I guess I can't yank from one Neovim instance to the other one? Seriously? Need to use the other buffer, which kind of sucks. So we make this autoplay control and we'll make it into, I don't know, some kind of ore, right? So let's do uh whatever, Xconti ore, right? Just to test it out. Capital Y maybe. Uh that would be interesting. Gosh, I don't remember how to make it a key map, how to check it. Okay. Wait. I remember being able to check things. And I said this is capital Y. In normal mode, capital Y is help Y default. What? Hmm. That's it? Oh, there's more. So what if I'm gonna do Shift Y, paste, right? 3, paste. Nope. Nope, didn't change it. Okay, so we've got our Xconti ore here. Then we have item pictures. Create the item, rainbow ore. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna call it Visconti ore and oh, so they are not copying stuff. Icon size, map maps, raw resource. So in my case, I would want to copy something like iron ore. So I would say local Visconti ore is what was it at the top? Table deep copy. Um, item iron ore, I presume. And here I could say that well, name is there we go. Icon I'm gonna leave the same. Icons map subgroup order stack pictures everything I'm gonna just leave the way it is. I'm not gonna change anything. I just wanted to create it. I don't mind if it looks like iron. It will give a different item, and that's all that matters. So that's that. What's next? I mean, I need to just add it to the data extend. I'll just give it this one. There we go. So this is item, and then we've got the map ore. It's gonna be resource rainbow ore. So let's actually do it a little bit differently. We're gonna grab this thing, rename it to or item, okay? And then we're gonna have very similar thing. But instead of calling it or item, it will be or map, whatever. Let me also delete this thing. We don't want that. We can probably just move it down as far as I remember. As far as I think, it'll be just fine to oops, come on. Insert or map, right? And this, instead of item, it's gonna be a resource. And Rankin says, I am just guessing because I typically use Helix and it's capital Y for system-wide clipboard. I mean, I can see it'll be fun to actually add a shortcut for that, for copy system-wide, right? Here I would need to copy to the plus register, that's what I was doing. That means 2 extra keys. But I can definitely see, adding a shortcut for that if I will keep finding it more and more troublesome to use. But again, I haven't used Neovim as much as I would like. Especially I can't use it at work where I do most of my coding. So, yeah. But I'm waiting for a keyboard to show up. I ordered my Ergo Glove 80. And I'm really waiting for it. Glove 80. I'm really looking forward to this keyboard. Yeah, especially that I can do all the remapping and all the crazy stuff. So yeah, like having separate maps for things, having those thumb clusters to actually do stuff. Really, 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 really looking forward to it. And I'm gonna make it so that I will be learning different layouts. I won't be doing QWERTY on a keyboard. But what I'm going to do is that on my normal keyboard, I'm going to simply keep having QWERTY so that I can easily use a laptop, easily use all the other stuff, right? I have muscle memory. And to keep that muscle memory, only on this new keyboard, I'll be using a completely different layout because the keyboard will feel differently. I'll have thumbs, I have, not staggered keys, everything different. Therefore, it will already feel like I'm starting to learn something new. And therefore, from the beginning, I'll be using a completely different layout. I don't even know which layout yet. Probably Colmac, DH, or something like that. I need to research that. And yes, I'll be learning to type from scratch. But that at the same time feels like it's a good thing because with QWERTY, I have so many things from years of not touch typing that it's actually difficult for me to get to the point where I'm comfortable with QWERTY because my hands want to do different weird stuff. Okay, so we got the resource. Here. Anything else? Map color. Oh, I could use that, right? To change map color. Mineable, all that stuff. We need to do that. Result will be an item, right? Um, I'm just gonna grab those. And probably just paste it here. And the thing we're gonna do is or map dot map color. Sure, whatever they define here, I'll be fine with. And then we're gonna say or map dot mineable. What the hell? Dot. We want result. We want to change only the result of it, of the mineable stuff. Will be xconti dash or. And everything else delete. Okay. And why does it say equals equals? What? I want to. Oh. There we go. Sure. That's better. Anything else? Auto place. Oh, auto resource auto place settings. The name, order, density has starting area placement. You can say it's true, regular, RQ factor multiplier, all the other stuff. Stage counts. Don't know what stage counts it is, but we're just gonna grab that. Oh, those basically how high the stuff is. Okay, I don't care about that part. Cool. So I needed to grab the auto place. And paste it here. Or map dot auto place. And resource auto place. name will be this, the, and the rest I'm gonna leave. Okay, that's fine with me. I probably don't have this whole thing imported there, so we're gonna fix that later. Stages, don't care, and localized name. Huh. Ooh, it just pasted it. I don't mind that. Hmm. Uh, Drunk Alcoholic says, interesting. The RGB format looks the same as Euro Truck Simulator. RGB format. You mean that it's a table of that color? In Lua? I guess it's just because it's Lua, right? Mods, half the games use Lua for mods. Okay, so we just do it. Okay, this should be fine. So now, going back to this thing again, we've got a particle. I do not care. We're going to use the normal iron particle and add to planet. Ha. To now this. To automatic control rainbow ore. And settings. Map gen settings. Automatic controls is this and that. Okay. So we extended it and oof, that didn't work. So here we just replace the name. Okay. And the only thing is that here from the beginning we needed to get the require thing. Okay. Because all the rest we already have. So resource auto place. Okay, and we do bam. And whoops. Come on. In theory, this should be fine. So that's the rainbow ore. I don't care about settings, info, and in data Lua, we required the rainbow ore to import it, and then vanilla define rainbow ore recipe data for uranium and crude oil. I don't care about that, so no big deal. No need for recipes here. And then we've got the data updates. Process. Local function process. Interesting. Resource. Mineable. Stable. Oh, so this will be probably to process all the existing mineable resources. So mineable is resource. Mineable. Disabled false. Load any preset info during set stage. Blah blah. Recipe. So this is basically generating recipes for all the existing things. Lua doesn't have a table that contains function? Somebody surprised. Initial technologies for every resource process. Okay, So basically data raw.resource for every single one, basically generate recipes for them. So this is not what our mod needs to do. I think this is enough what we have here, actually. This might be absolutely enough. Let's save it and let's try to start a game and see what happens. So single player, new game, right? Next. Unknown key. Auto place control names, ex-conti or. There we go. Richness, size, frequency, a lot. Everything else stays, right? Play. I want to see it on the map. What's this? Ex-conti or. There we go. There we go. We've got it. Looks like iron, but it's not. Can we put a miner on it and it's just gonna magically work? Come on, I need a tree. No trees anywhere. Seriously? God, that's a massive patch. Holy moly. Look at that. And there's no more iron inside of it. Wow. Sure. So I can just grab this thingy, put it here. And in theory, it should be mining it. Yes, it works. And of course, we have absolutely no recipes on how to process it. So if I would grab a furnace and try to put it like iron plates, won't work because it's not actually the thing. And we don't have any other recipes. So yeah, success. So that means that if we would be able to, follow the example of that other ore, how it changes the graphics and does a few other things, it will be really easy to generate, because now I can, what if I'm gonna do Control Shift F on this thing? Shows name type, localized name, order string, subgroup, no subgroups, all the other stuff. But yeah. And on the map, it looks different, right? Because we define a color that will show up on the map. So that means that we have now open ways. It will be really easy to define a bunch of our ores. So I think we're gonna finish with coding for today, because I need to start winding down as it's late. But the idea would be Drunken says make a rubbish ore that smelts into plastic, then another mod for a 3D printer that makes parts. Oh, that's actually fun. Yep, why not? It's a really good idea. But the idea I have for my mod right now is that we have ores, right? And typically ores get processed into some kind of material, right? plate. Okay, that's how it usually goes. Ore goes into a plate. What's up with the other arrow? Go away. And then we usually have a part. And that part gets turned into the machine. There we go. I need to disable this Vimium. Exclude Vimium keys on this page. Save changes. There we go. Okay, so this is how it usually works. And in a game, every single part here is just static for the game. For the whole game, from the beginning to the end. It just is, right? But what I would like to do is to generate, when you start a game, you get assigned some kind of seed that you can change then in settings. And the game basically, based on that seed, generates a set of random ores with various properties. From those ores, you have various processes for each ore via recipes and machines to get to, the plate state, for example. And then you have procedurally generated sets of parts that use those ores and plates of different materials depending on what kind of properties are required for each part, and therefore generates more of those varieties. And then we have the machines themselves that are either the ones that are required to make more plates or whatnot, different parts, or maybe depending on parts being used, you have different qualities of those machines, right? So basically the whole game, whole tech tree, and the whole processes and ratios would be just generated from scratch when you start a game. Therefore, I wouldn't worry too much about balance. So let's think about ore. Okay, I'm gonna move it a little bit more to the right. So with the ore, I have a few ideas here as of something like a property. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna make color maybe a little bit different. So the properties would be maybe something like conductivity. Can I make it like thinner or whatever? Yes. So we would have we would have various sets of properties, maybe conductivity, strength. I don't know. I will need to research what kind of things. Elasticity, and I don't know, maybe weight. Density, something like that. A set of properties, basically. And then we would have some additional ones that aren't really that important. Maybe something like, color that will be generated automatically, name, whatever. Those things that don't matter. But what matters are those physical properties of an ore. And therefore, we would need to have predefined set of things that need to basically happen. So these are all just, ores. So we're just gonna grab those lines because that looks fancy, right? Okay. And then when we go to plates, we basically have random processes. So random process. So normally in vanilla game, you just have a furnace that is direct smelt, right? So I could just say, bam, let's make them yellow, and it'll be smelting. Why not? That's a popular one, right? But then maybe we have crashing glass smelting. Or maybe we would have some kind of chemical wash that needs to happen. So I'm just gonna add various parts of processes that could happen to ores to get a pure form or something like smelting, crushing, chemical wash, or maybe alloys. What else can happen to an ore? Washing. That's already a chemical wash, right? Dot dot dot. Some other processes. But basically, what would mean that for each ore to get a plate form, we would basically need to generate a chain of one or more of those processes of how they need to happen to go from raw ore into the plate or whatever pure resource. And that means that sometimes from ore you could go to one or two different things because maybe you need an alloy of two things or something to get something stronger. And again, those alloys could be generated. So I'm gonna make this one thick. Um, and then to support those processes, we need machines. Therefore, we would need to have randomly generated furnaces. And for materials required for those furnaces, we will need to use those specific things here. So maybe let's do electrical conductivity. That would be one property, while the other would be maybe thermal conductivity. And therefore, for something like a furnace, we want materials maybe with high thermal conductivity or maybe low thermal or something. We don't care about strength or elasticity. We want maybe, I don't know, some high density or something like that. And that would prompt to select, some of those ores to be selected for making furnaces. On top of that, we would have, for example, for wires, for making different tiers of power poles. Maybe we want stuff that has, high elasticity or something so that they can withstand a lot and high electroconductivity. While for, I don't know, some kind of structural weaponry or whatever, we want high strength. For ammo, we want high density, and so on and so on. So, depending on those sets of properties, and also alloys producing other properties, we could have a large range, just not overwhelming, but large and possibly even configurable range of materials. Because you could say maybe have a mode where you say, I want 4 metal ores and no more, right? Or somebody crazy can say, you know what, give me 20 varieties with loads of alloys. And we'll generate it. It will be just lots more recipes. And then also we have the parts. And this is where it starts to get complicated. Because I can imagine often that to make the same part, you could use different materials. And this could be tackled in various ways. Either that you make the same part, let's say a gear, right? Maybe out of some kind of material A, you can have like standard, like with metal, right? 2 plates to make 1 gear. But maybe with something else that is super high strength or something and low density, like perfect material, you could have it that, out of one plate you make one gear, or maybe out of one plate you made 4 gears or something. And depending on the machines that can optimize it even further, maybe with some fluids or something like foundries, like you have in Space Age, you could continue and make it even more efficient, more interesting. But so that's approach and quantity depending on the material. But what if we would have it that you make, let's say that we have, we generated iron and steel and maybe something like titanium, right? Therefore, we would have iron gear, titanium gear, and a steel gear. If we would have those variants, that means that we can make machines out of that. And in theory, we would want to mix and match those. But that would also cause it that we have to have tons and tons and tons of recipes, because this will start multiplying, especially if we have parts that build parts, right? Because what if we have bolts? And then you can use bolts and something else, and like gears and maybe rods and yet something else to make engine units, right? So many elements. And those engines are just parts of a machine. So I don't like that part. What I'm thinking about is that maybe we could use the quality system to do something with that. In theory, where maybe some materials with like perfect parameters would have a higher chance of creating a high quality version of the part, and therefore we would have like a nice scaling for machines, some of the machines on the quality. I don't know. But that means that somebody will need to have the Space Age DLC to be able to use the mod, which kind of sucks. It'll be interesting to look into because quality is available as a mod. If it will be relatively easy to make similar system that doesn't complicate things too much and maybe utilizes something similar. I don't know. It's something to think about, but the whole idea would be that the whole tech tree, everything is randomly generated, all the items depending on the ores available, and therefore you can start a new playthrough and have completely different ratios, completely different processes, and therefore play a little bit different game and adjust it to your likings. So therefore, for it to work, to generate proper, possible scenarios to actually complete the game, not be like, oh, I can't even make the basic thing because it requires chemical wash and something and I can't unlock it yet. We would need to have few main categories of things, like, depending on those properties. Maybe we would need to have one ore that, I know, some 4 specific variants of ores that check off some boxes, and out of those we would need to select that maybe for this box of some high strength, high electrical conductivity, something similar to iron maybe. For something like that, we have one box, and we find all the ores that kind of check those boxes off. And when we find the kind of one that kind of sucks but is still within the tolerances, and mark that one as like, hey, this is the base ore for this, and this is gonna have a simple smelting or just simple, I know, very simple process to get into a plate, and that will be enough to make those sets of parts that require just that kind of material to make it. And then doing various things and adding alloys on top, we can basically add further paths to optimize things and make them a little bit more fun. So that's my current idea for the mod. And that would be a kind of interesting system, because on top of that, we would need to generate the research. How things need to be researched, and the whole tech tree, what depends on what, to make it even more fun. And I can see it building or like replacing parts of the game. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe that will be kind of mod that says disable base game. Disable base mode, the base mod, this just builds everything from scratch. I don't know. It's something interesting to think about. And we're gonna continue with the topic next Monday, the same time as this stream started. And I guess I'll be finishing for the day. So far, I'm really happy with how easy it is. I know we didn't do a lot of coding. We did a lot of searching for things. But hey, it's a start, right? I need to find a better way to display this code because this looks ugly. I think I need a different font. But yeah, that's how it goes. We know our for loops now. We know our if statements and a few other things to look out for. So we're going to continue with that next Monday. And I want to thank everyone for watching. If you liked, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And you can also join my Discord. And next time I'll be streaming, it'll be Wednesday night. I'll be streaming where I continue learning the PostgreSQL. And that's that. And Friday will be more NIM. Alrighty? So again, thank you everyone for watching. And see you around. Have a good day. Have a good night. And thank you for hanging out with me, Drunken.